Three cheers for the champions, the glorious and the adored. Those whom fate has chosen as its children. The righteous, the vengeful, the fortunate. But fate has a narrow view, and its blessings limited. For in Tahiri, those who the eyes of fate has not gazed upon see a world unkind. If you are born here, your chances aren't great. The poor live in keeps of squalor, ridden in filth and contagion. Those who seek opportunity find a life of struggle. Some turn to banditry, casualty, even cruelty. The most desperate turn to the occult, selling themselves as fodder for devils or evil gods. Many end up in the pile, their remains to be burned to ash and swept away by the wind. So it goes. Yet, there is one more option. Precarious, compromising, preferred by a few. A life reforged in the ways of the guild, whether by conscription, by barter, or by debt. Whether from the streets of Siglasia, the seas of TUNVAL, or the Gallows of Larian, the Order of the Far Travelers take all who can prove themselves a worthwhile investment. Serving as mercenaries, specialists, and experts in collections and acquisition, from the temples of Chult to the reaches of Arcana, to the coffers of those petty, indebted nobles. No longer can one be judged by their station, only by the coin you can make for the Gold Mercers Guild. If you can afford your life under their shadow, that is the Gallows humor. Three cheers for the champions. Three cheers for the bottom line.
Oh, hold on a second. Let me pivot over. Let me say hi to everybody. It's been a while. It has been a while, my friends, since we have been here live with the Gallows humor. Hello, everyone. This is Matt, your chaotic and writer. And in fact, it has been months since I had run any session for the Gallows humor. It is only, and to think, it's only episode 5. To explain to everybody who has come in to say hello and is curious about what is this Gallows humor thing, a number of months ago, quite a few months ago, within Project Aurora, which is a living universe setting and community for Dungeons and Dragons, a good portion of the Dungeon Masters had gotten together and had talked about what they felt the next arc in the Auroraverse story should be. And we wanted to do something that was predicated on faction wars. And so we had ourselves basically the opportunity to create our own faction and to build onto that faction and each run our own adventures. And eventually it would get to the point where, you know, one DM runs this faction, another DM runs this faction, another DM runs this faction. It would all build up to a certain point where those factions would then go to war against each other. And that would be that would basically be what the arc is about. It would take place, you know, on Tahiri, all across the globe of this planet. However, that is not how things turned out. One of the factions, that is to say, a couple of the factions didn't take off. One of the factions gained a number of followers and a number of players, but their weren't any adventures associated with them per se. One of the factions did take off and have a few individual one-shots, but it was not something that could be a recurring commitment for that group. And then, of course, there was this one-shot series, which lasted about 4 episodes. And as soon as I realized that Faction Wars was not something that was really taking off, I didn't necessarily feel or know what to do with this project. And as you can tell, I put in a lot of production value and a lot of planning into it. But let's look at it glass half full. Let's look at it on the bright side. I think what that means is that yours truly and the group behind the Gallows humor are in fact the winners of the faction war, because at least we came back a number of months later. I don't know. If I gloat too much, a certain other couple DMs will probably get all grumpy over it. So I don't know. I'm just, I'm not here to rest. I'm not here to rest on laurels. I think, because we got started, I looked at this project and I felt like, hey, I like closure, and we didn't really get that opportunity. So I want to give this, say 3 more episodes. I just kind of want to see where we end up. So that is exactly what we are doing today. We are returning to this project, to this story, starring a number of individuals who have fallen into basically severe debt with the Gold Mercers Guild and have basically been impressed into service by the Gold Mercers Guild. Think the East India Trading Company. That's basically the Gold Mercers Guild. So let us go over to our game scene here. It'll be just a moment. And we'll spend a few moments just sort of catching up to what's going on. And we will then kick off this session, baby. So let's go. Let's do it. Hello. How's everybody doing this evening? Exactly. Because again, it has been a few months since we've ran this. And so for this evening, we have the following 5 individuals. We have Egon. Is it Igon or Egon, by the way? Egon that is to say, Egon being played by Synthetic Ducky. Hi. We have Vorn being played by Phoenix V. Oh, shoot. Hold on a sec. Let's make sure that we're getting everybody's voice. Can I get some chatter right quick? Oh, it's not popping up here. Okay, hold on. Let me fix something, because apparently we are not getting the audio for you. So let me fix that right quick. So first and foremost, the first one's going to be game chat. The second one is going to be chat. Okay, we got some audio. Can I have everybody shout out?
Hello.
Mic check.
Send feed pics.
All right, excellent. We are back, and so starting from the top again, we have Egon being played by Synthetic Ducky.
Hello.
We have Vorn being played by Phoenix V.
Yo.
We have Ventress being played by Limbit.
Hey.
We have Oscar being played by Blackman Inc.
Pleasure.
And we have Blaze being played by Dr. Squiggums.
Oscar's a freaking nerd.
So each of these characters are characters of the Gallows humor, and thusly characters of the Auroraverse. And again, if you've not heard of the Auroraverse, it is a living universe setting with many DMs, many campaigns, many more players in one universe that they take place in. Somebody decided to get their natty one out of the way right away. So good on you, unless I decide to take that and use it later.
I was testing dice.
All right. So, yeah, I figured the best thing that we could do right now is just sort of talk a little bit about the characters, try to get like refamiliarized with all of our characters, because it's been some time since we've played this magical game of D&D within this particular story. And maybe some short review of the story in and of itself. To start with, everybody here is in some way, shape, or form impressed into service by the Gold Merchants Guild. And as you are impressed into the Gold Merchants Guild, you must perform missions and tasks for them in order to help pay off an outstanding debt that you have with them, for the most part. And so, as of most recently, your journey has brought you to the Thundering Isle. The Thundering Isle hosts treasure buried by a pirate captain named Arion Featherlight, who is the captain of the Howling Reaper. And in the midst of trying to look for this treasure, an alarm was sounded, and after some basically cannon fire in the distance, barrels landed upon the island with zombie pirates within them, and you were attacked. And we had ended the session right at the end of the encounter when part of the fog, where an area of the fog had parted in a nasty, ghostly green glow started pouring out from the west, and you saw the figure of the Howling Reaper and the single silhouette of Arion Featherlight, its captain. And that's precisely where we had left off. But of course, there's more to the story than that. There's the story of 5 individual gold mercers, all of which are the I believe everybody is the rank of Canary, which is the operative rank, if I'm correct. Except we have one character that is actually not part of the Gold Mercers Guild because they just found the party, and that would be Egon.
I'm a shark rider.
You are a shark rider. You are to sharks what Steve Irwin is to crocodiles.
Mm-hmm,
is that accurate? Oh yeah.
At least you didn't say stingrays.
True.
I should say too soon, but that happened a long time ago. So, hey, aside from that, so we have Egon, who is our Loxodon. Could you re-describe your character to us so that we have a general familiarity with their appearance and their demeanor?
Yeah, sure. So, yeah, his name's Egon. He's a. Do you want the class 2 or nah?
Yeah. I mean,
Sure.
if anything that you want to reveal, but anything that's on the rotator in the lower left hand is already, being
Gotcha.
revealed. So.
Gotcha. So I am a wild magic barbarian. That has a sorcerer / wizard trapped inside of him. That's why the wild magic comes out. He is full of life, easygoing, doesn't care about much. In it for the fun, the adventure, the excitement, and just a happy-go-lucky lad. He is a Loxodon. Big Dumbo ears, medium-sized tucks, and standing at about I don't know, 8 feet tall. Lots of pounds on him. Nice big old gut. Yeah, he's
Big
a very
boy.
lovable character. Yeah,
big boy, body positive. With a big tusk, of course, and big
Absolutely, the tusks, huge.
Yes.
I don't think I've ever met his character.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because you weren't. Okay, so Ventress was not playing in episode 4 in particular, which is when Egon had made appearance. Which I should mention that there is one character that is no longer a part of this setup, and that would be Wambo, which was played.
Nah, bro.
Yeah, played by our fantastic friend from Project Aurora, and he was basically an orc-ish version of Sherlock Holmes, and had a that's not Navro.
Oh,
You
fuck.
mean Narth?
You're talking about Narth, yeah.
Damn it, I spelled his name wrong. Dude, I'm the worst friend.
So, so Narth was part of Project Roar for a while. Narth has taken a break. So it's us 5. And so this will be probably the opportunity that Egon and Ventress get to meet. But let's pivot over to Ventress. Hey, Ventress, tell us a little bit about yourself as a character. Whatever you remember.
I ain't saying much. From what I remember, it was a mysterious. I don't even remember her race. Would it be perfectly
It
clear
was
with
elf.
you? Pallid elf. Monk pallid elf. Shadow monk pallid elf. Who kept getting the better of the big guy, whose name I cannot remember.
Slog Dumak.
Yes. And
Okay.
just was a mysterious and overall kind of how would you say, arrogant kind of person?
Somebody that has a very particular past, if I remember, but of course secrets.
Yeah.
And then we have Vorn in a few short references. Describe Vorn for us, Phoenix.
Well, drunk mercenary. That's all you need to know.
And on top of drunk mercenary, you also manage. I think the two individuals that probably are the most tight knit are Vorn and Blaze. Of which, hey, Squigum, tell us a couple short things about Blaze, just for...
Simple. Goblin druid, drinks, doesn't care, worships a fire god that nobody else believes in. Go.
Boom. Which leaves us Oscar, of which Oscar, with his fantastic beard and a raven on his shoulder, tell us a little bit about what we know so far about Oscar.
One of the newer members. He's a dwarf, abjuration wizard. Really prides himself on being calm, cool, and collected. Has definitely shown some type of business savvy, but also has shown he is not above bribes and extortion, and is very particular about keeping his suit as clean as possible.
Excellent. So that sort of catches us up, at least from a very simple idea of our characters. I know there's a lot of dynamics in the background, but we get to explore that on tonight's session. So I guess, is everybody ready to play some D&D?
Yes.
Potentially.
Ready to throw some dice.
If anybody ever says no to that, I'll probably scratch my head and then try to ask myself why I asked that question in the first place. Everybody has shown up. Of course you're here to play some D&D. So, at the current point in time, we are going to zero in on the map for a moment. And just as a visual, I'm going to bring forward this map so that we understand where in the world we are located. It does certainly sound like somebody is really getting their grub on.
Sorry, I was getting my dog's food together.
Oh, gotcha. So somebody, I was correct. Somebody is getting their grub on. So activating this map. I guess not this map in particular, but we could take a look at this map. This is the Isle of Nilfate. This is the isle which you have left in search for the Thundering Isle. And upon reaching closer to the Thundering Isle, a location that is to the north of you, you managed to enter onto a sloop and head towards that island. If I were to, for instance, bring up the entirety of the Leonios map, that is going to bring us here. North along the coast of Chakdar and west of Thales, you come across the Thundering Island, completely wreathed in thick fog, almost completely obscuring your trajectory on the sloop. At that time, at least, as the four of you, being Oscar, Ventress, Vorn, and Blaze, with a fifth and sixth with Wambo and Wuxo, now delegated as NPCs. You managed to come across sharks in the water and the floating body of Egon. After a bit of an encounter with these sharks, you manage to pull Egon into your boat and you make your initial introductions. Soon after, you manage to carefully navigate your way to the Thundering Isle, finding yourself on the east side of the island, as there is a small, let's say, crevice where you are able to ease the sloop in and be able to bring it close to, fairly close to the shore. You disembark, stepping onto the island, noticing that the island itself seems to be as if it was in the eye of a storm, except there is no storm per se. It is simply in the eye of the fog. As far around as you can see the island, there is no fog, but beyond the island, there is heavy fog. You manage to take the map that you had obtained from the office of Slag Dumak. If I were to bring this map to your attention, it would look as such. Actually, just as soon as I find it, there we go. Show to all. This is the map that you were able to obtain, marking 4 locations on the Thundering Isle. From this map, you were able to venture very specifically to the southeastern incline, which, after some trouble with a particular crab, actually just playing around with a particular crab, you came across the most devastating challenge yet, and that is trying to traverse a very narrow part of that cliff and not fall down, which many of you failed. And I do remember, because I played battle music as you were trying to encroach upon that part of the cliff. But you all made it to the other side. You managed to reach the very top, and after some digging, you were able to uncover a chest. You noticed something very intriguing about this chest. This chest in particular does not have a traditional lock. Rather, as other music sounds for the scene, you notice that this chest in particular is one that has a numbered lock of sorts. After examining it, I will say, with a bit of out of character DM confession, as one of our players had clicked into the VTT and accidentally pressed on the center.
It felt fucking bad.
Yeah, and actually as a DM, that was sort of a bad move for me, because that's not, if you're just clicking on things. Yeah, anyways. But the idea was that if somebody were to try in any way, shape, or form, put in a combination and hit the button in the center and that combination was wrong, it would trigger an alarm. And so it did. What happened was a nearby quote-unquote bird ended up squawking extremely loudly. And very soon after, you heard booms in the distance, cannon fire, as objects flew through the air and crash landed on the beaches. It was soon after you realized that these were barrels that had undead pirates within them, and they immediately knew your location. And so battle was had. Our operatives, our canaries of the Gold Mercers Guild, managed to fend off these pirates. But now they find themselves standing upon the Thundering Isle, in the midst of the aftermath of their particular battle, as they see a sickly green glow from the west. And that sickly green glow reveals the silhouette of a pirate ship that could be none other than the undead pirate ship, the Howling Reaper, and its captain standing at the edge of it. You could just barely make out the figure, but those with more astute eyes would be able to make out the actual appearance of this individual. As I reveal, if I have the visual of them. If I don't, that's fine. Oh, so it was just a silhouette. So you would not be able to actually see what they looked like from where you're at. However, you are now all standing in your respective places upon the Thundering Isle. You will notice that a particular individual that you were so pre-positioned to work with, in the form of Wambo, he stands to look over to Egon, his pipe in mouth, and gives him a very sort of a narrow look that says, "The plot thickens." But just as soon as that happens, it's as if Wambo himself, well, it's as if he fell through the world. As he is standing in the water, you notice him plunge into the water. And for a bare moment, Egon, you will notice what seems to be like a starry hole that opened underneath. And for all intents and purposes for humor, you notice that the water around him begins to pour in and spiral as if he has just been flushed into a hole. And Wambo is no longer there.
Oh no.
However, in Wambo's place, you see an individual pop out and give a deep gasp to their breath in the form of Ventress, who pops out of the water and manages to make their way to the very edge of the shore. It is indeed curious that something magical has made Wambo disappear and made Ventress appear. For those of you who were... Actually, I'm going to have everybody roll a history check.
Don't worry, guys. I got this. I'm a genius.
So, of the rolls that we have Egon with a 13, Vorn with a 20, Oscar with a 14, and Ventress with a 13. Did you make yours, Blaze? I didn't see it.
Not yet. It's either way. It's probably gonna be bad. I have a -1.
Okay. So, Egon, Oscar, and Ventress, all of a very similar result. Each of you, especially Ventress. Ventress, you don't remember a whole lot from the moment that you had vanished before and have reappeared now. You felt like you were in a deep, deep sleep. As you blink awake and realize where it is you are at, or that realize that you're not quite sure where you're at, but you may be able to figure from your past intel, you realize, same as Oscar and Egon, each of you looking between each other, that in this world of Tahiri, and especially, it's especially become commonplace story in taverns around Leonios, those that are engaged in high adventure and in risky business sometimes experience almost a lapse in their involvement in the corporeal realm, as if something steps forward and pulls them through and returns them at an appropriate time. There have been rumors, of course. It's something that I, as out of character, something that I did not really run in this campaign in particular. However, Vorn, you, ye old drunken drow, have spent plenty of time around many of the high-end taverns around Tahiri. In wherever your path has laid before you, there has been some sort of tavern for you to gain libation, and you've heard the extent of these stories from those who have actually experienced such a thing, and they mention the name the Keeper. However, it's strange because their version of events seems to state that whenever the Keeper takes somebody or returns somebody, it's usually preceded by the appearance of the Keeper. What's strange in this case is that there is no such sign of any such being. As if something or someone else was doing it. It doesn't quite track with the stories that you have heard. Something to ponder over or puzzle over. But what you do know now, everyone, is that you have found yourself on the Thundering Isle, and Ventress, you realize that you are not where you were standing previously. And you are actually adjacent to somebody you've never met before.
Oh, Lord. Here we go again.
Are you okay? You know you shouldn't drink water like that.
What am I looking at currently?
In terms of your area or in terms of the individual standing in front of you?
Well, I'm pretty sure. Aren't these guys like big?
Loxodon?
I am
Yeah.
big boy.
I'll leave it to Ducky to provide that physical description. I mean, you have already
Yeah.
sort of prior, but in terms of what Ventress would see face to face, it's very much the same thing anyways.
I'm
It's-
guessing if like that she looked up the way if I'm over top of her, she just sees like a big belly button.
Like, damn. Ventress, unintimidated by your size. Looks around for, see where she's really at. Try to gauge where her allies were from the last time she saw them.
Well, the last time you noticed your allies, you were on a boat. Well, I guess for the sake of flavor, go ahead and roll an active perception check.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Where's my perception +5?
I block
That one
view.
bit. Yes, you do.
The haze of the fog surrounding the island is sort of adding to your mental state as you're coming awake, you're coming online. It's not quite clear. This is a strange place. Is this an island? You definitely smell salt in the air. It like literally with a natty 1, it literally doesn't occur to you that where you're standing, that the boat is right here, because you're literally 10 feet away from just walking over and being like, oh, there's the boat, because this middle hill is in the way. So you're wondering if you're wondering if if you've been like shipwrecked or what is it you're doing on this island? But from what you can remember, there's something about the Thundering Isle and a map.
Also, Simi remembering that she didn't trust people, right?
Yeah,
Not very well.
Then I'm going to assume that this is a dark sorcerer in front of me. And get into a battle stance and say, well then, I guess, you brought me here? What do you want?
I brought you here.
I'm assuming so. I don't see my allies. I don't see my boat.
Yes,
Remember a
I
portal
summoned through
and
Whirlpool
you.
to bring you to New Island. It was me.
I'd like to go back to my friends now.
I'm afraid that's not possible.
I'm gonna count to 3.
Oh, I count with you.
Okay then. I begin to go 1,
1,
2.
2. Love this game. What happens at 3?
When we get to 3, we fight. And then you send me home
as best
to
friends.
kick your ass.
Oh.
That is a 19, which sneak attack on your leg, Egon, as the crab. As you're engaged with this individual, the crab moves forward and manages to snip at your leg.
It always crab that hurts me the most.
And that is not going to be for a whole lot, but
I would hope not. It's a crab pitching an elephant.
2 damage.
Basically they I rolled previously to see how stealthy they were, and they were over your passive, and they came up and
I'm
hit
guessing
you for
they
20.
were under my passive.
I mean, I guess I'll ask you, my friend, did you want this crab to come up?
I just wanted to know if this crab was super good.
So what's interesting is on Foundry, it only shows me what your it only shows me what your base passive is minus any features. So you'll have to remind me what your full passive is.
Oh yeah, that's right. Passive investigation, passive insight are my highest. Passive perception is a 15.
It's a 15. Yeah, it rolled a 16.
Is with my passive insight? You know what? I'll insight check this man. Is he hostile?
I tell truth too. Make note of that.
Yeah, go ahead and roll it.
Wow, that's with advantage.
So you started everything off with a 1, even before we started the game, and you got another 1 with your perception check, and now you end up getting, with your advantage, a 1 and a 4.
Yeah, I'm changing my dice. Something's wrong with this D20.
The superstition of dice. Let it begin. Digital dice, physical dice, it doesn't matter.
No, it does not.
At the end of the day, with a 19 insight, falling short on an insight check, it's not quite clear to you whether this individual is hostile or whether this individual means no harm. But what you do know is that you are in a place that you are not familiar with. They are standing in front of you. And of course, they had just gotten, unbeknownst to you, they just got finished up with battle. So Egon is holding his weapon in a martial way. And most likely there is bits of flesh hanging off of his weapon.
He's also hasted too.
He's also what?
He's also hasted.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's right. He's still hasted for the time being.
Okay.
Now I talk super fast.
Now, as much as I love a good fight, are you gentlemen all done down there?
We don't even start yet. He just came up and he tried to swallow water.
Yeah,
Oh, perfect. That means I didn't miss it. Hey, Blaze, you look like a betting man. 5 gold on the elephant.
Well, no shit. That's not the point, though. All right, everybody, let's shut up, get the treasure, and get the hell out of here.
What's with
Look,
the
guys,
elephant?
Next
Elephant's
time you guys
friend.
try to fight, wait until I have my drink.
Where have I been? Where was I?
Well, let's see. You kind of went overboard. One of those people with the hoods kind of took you away, and now you're here. Kind of sailed to an island, found some treasure, ran into some traps. They ain't missed much.
I also fight shark.
I guess sex cult. But that's not the point, though.
With the sex cult?
I don't know.
Oh, hold on. Remind me anything about a sex cult, because I did not run anything remotely resembling a sex cult in the past 4 sessions.
Well, no, but you remember, this is Blaze. Smarter than the average goblin.
Which means not very smart.
Exactly.
All right, okay, fine. Blaze has got stories. He's got stories about all sorts of things.
I don't remember how I ran this character, and it's bothering me. I gotta go rewatch the old sessions.
Right.
I'll just roll with what I got.
It has been some time, and you've just popped out of a void between space and time. You're a little hazy of mind, so you essentially, if you're not feeling like yourself out of character, rest assured you're probably not feeling like yourself in character either.
Everything feels wrong.
Do you need healing?
Just squint at him.
With your, I will just say with your, with your
Passive 19.
passive observation, you're gonna notice that he's offering you healing. You can, look up and down at your own body, and you are unscathed. Yet you're seeing all sorts of gashes and tears across the flesh of this Loxodon. It's very clear that a battle had just taken place here while you were gone.
I leave you all alone for one day, I think. And you all are already injured.
Well, yeah.
Some
What
of
do
you,
expect?
anyway.
Not a drop on me.
I fell down.
Oh yes, anybody that would. Okay, by the way, anybody that had fallen down this would probably have a whole bunch of mud on their trousers. Not that it's
Me?
necessarily important, but that would not include Oscar, who is impeccably dressed and without a speck on him.
May I ask real quick, what's with the chicken?
I guess in character, do you notice the chicken? I would say, yeah, from your angle, you notice a chicken. The chicken does not seem to be moving. Chicken seems to be very stationary.
I'm very confused. Someone please fill me in.
I remember correctly, that chicken is machine chicken. Anyhow,
No, I mean-
shut up.
On anything.
Yeah, we can question it later. Right now, I need your help. Come on. Chop.
So, question as a DM, which one of you brought the chest down?
The elephant had it.
Oh,
I remember that specifically. He picked it up.
Oh, you basically like put it, like tied it on your back or whatever, I think.
Yeah, he like grabbed it and then just left with it because we had to go.
Okay, gotcha. Just want to make sure to kind of mark the chest in some way, shape, or form that it exists. So as long as we know that you have it, boom, I'll make that invisi. And so, at this point in time, having a brief reconvening, what is it that you say? What is it that you do? It occurs to you slowly that despite the haze of battle, that you were brought to this island for a purpose. Somebody has a sheet of paper that has some markings on it. I'll be honest, I don't remember who has that sheet of paper, so I'll presume that everybody has seen it.
I think so.
I remember the sheet of paper. I don't know who has it though.
Yeah, I'm just looking now.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't there something about like another battleship approaching like from the north?
I rewatched the VOD and I did not see anything to that degree. Yeah.
I remember before we left anyway, that we gave the papers to someone. It might have been Narth.
Yeah, I don't have them.
Next to you, Ventress, as you were looking down upon the water, you notice that there's a sheet of paper floating there where Narth, I mean, you don't know Narth was standing there, but there's a sheet of paper floating there.
I guess I'll pick it up. What is it?
It's the precise sheet of paper that I revealed previously, but in character, that is this map.
Oh, the maps. I've got the map. It says there should be a treasure near you. A little goblin.
Yeah, the name's Blaze. If you can't
I'm
remember
sorry.
that one. No problem, elf. All right.
I revealed to him I'm an elf.
Oh, yeah, sure, never
Uh,
mind. Never mind.
You did not. I don't think that that information was never revealed.
Yeah, sorry, retcon. No problem. Anywho, all right, gotta get this done. So, big boys,
Well-
come on.
I
Why don't
go,
you
I
start
go.
digging?
We don't leave yet. We gotta dig up more.
Well, you're standing right on the spot we gotta dig.
Really? I always thought it was gonna be like 5 inches that way, but all right,
Move a bit, Blaze. I'm gonna use my shield.
all right.
All right. So does that mean, Vorn, that you're taking your shield and you're using it as a shovel?
Yep.
Okay. As you dig with your shovel, that is going to take some time. I would say you're going to want to roll a athletics as you are digging, and let's see how quickly and how efficiently you can dig. Pretty quickly, pretty efficiently. It's not necessarily the quickest, but 2 minutes pass of digging, and the tip of your shield seems to strike something with a chunk.
Oh, there we go. Need to lift this now.
Remember, Aragon, come here. Need your help.
Oh, okay. Where am I going?
We're going here. You're pointing over the spot. You're gonna help us lift, all right? Remember, use your back, not your feet.
Oh, okay. I use back then.
Thought it was use legs.
Pretty sure that's not how it's done, but I'm interested to see how this goes.
All right, so trying to pull the thing out of the ground. There's still a lot of. It seems pretty lodged into the ground. However, you can do an athletics to pull it out.
I will wrap my trunk around whatever I can grab. Athletics, you said?
Athletics, yep.
All right.
As you are trying to pull it out, you notice that, and it becomes actually pretty clear to you after you try to pull it out, that it has a rope around it, and that rope appears to be fastened to something underneath the chest.
Maybe two chests in one.
Maybe it's a trap.
No. Who would put trap on the ground? No one do that.
People
Does have
who
a
want to
point.
protect their treasure.
Yeah, but when they put it above ground,
No, you put it below ground because no one would expect it.
I don't know. That seems stupid. All right,
I'm gonna investigate the rope anyway.
All right, in which case, approach and go ahead and investigate the rope.
Again with advantage. Is it?
You'll have
Yes.
move yourself next to Egon if you could.
Where am I? Oh. Why didn't I do that? Investigation with advantage.
There you go.
Finally.
So, as you are investigating this thing, you're able to brush a bunch of the dirt off and track your fingers down to the space where the chest and the thing that it is attached to meet. and it occurs to you that this rope is basically wrapping it to a rock. However, it's not simply strapped to a rock. There's something that is in between the chest and the rock. You notice the presence of a very large and powerful spring and a series of wires that seem to pull off from the spring, and there's a very small hole in the rock where those wires go into. And so it's clear to you that if somebody cuts this rope, the chest is going to spring away. You imagine by the size of this spring, that chest is going to shoot like 30 to 50 feet, either up in the air or in a particular direction, if the rope is cut. And whatever is that's been burrowed inside of the rock will likely trigger.
Hey, elephant, don't move.
Oh,
It's trapped.
no. Tried to tell you before. No one would trap
No,
a chest under the ground.
If you move, it's going to blow off your trunk.
Oh, I can take it. I'm sure I can take it. Did you know I wrestle shark and live? I can take it.
Or we don't risk your trunk and we disarm it.
Oh, that's so kind of you.
I look at the goblin, hoping he has some way to disarm it.
All right. So, look over Blaze. I go, all right. All right, then. Everybody stand back. I got this.
But I was told not to move. Do I move? Is it good to move now? Oh, no, don't move.
You're the only one who doesn't move.
Yeah, let me just see if I got this. And, you're just gonna, like, see him just grab his scimitar and try to, like, start, like, maneuvering through.
I trust you, green friend.
Thank you. And, so, I was gonna say, Matt, what should I roll? Should I just roll, like, a dex roll?
Okay, so I guess my question for you is, do you have... Oh, you don't have proficiency in Thieves' Tools.
Nope.
And neither do you have Thieves'
I
Tools.
think Narf did.
Yes.
All right. So you're doing this without a set of tools, so you are not going to get proficiency. It's going to be just a dex roll, naked dex roll with your +3, and
Nice.
you will have to hope that you don't roll low. Oh,
21.
21. Good. So what you notice is, as you are using your fingers to try to fingers to try to figure out a way to disarm this trap. Well, you're not necessarily going to tamper with the spring itself, because the spring is compressed, it is large, and it is wound tight. No matter what, that spring is going to let loose as soon as the rope is cut. However, you can do something about the wire as it leads into the rock. As you actually take a look into the borehole in the rock, you do see, if anybody has a light source, but of course your Blaze, of course you have a light source.
Damn the light source.
You take a look into the borehole and you do notice just the very sight of what would be a single stick of dynamite, but you can't see if there's any other evidence of dynamite in there.
Can I take the dynamite?
No, it is inside the rock.
Damn it.
Hold on. Let me think here. What you investigate as you are looking into the borehole is that a majority of the spot that you are investigating has been patched over with mortar. You imagine you might be able, if somebody takes a strong enough blow to it, they might be able to increase the hole, but they risk blowing up the whole thing. But being that you are Blaze, you figure out the mechanism that basically, as soon as the cord is pulled, it ignites a particular wick. With your abilities, if I remember correctly, you have Druidcraft, which allows you to... Does that allow you to... It allows you to instantly light or snuff out a candle, a torch, or a small campfire. So what you basically do is a controlled burn of the wick. You light the wick and then you quickly put it out so that the chunk of the wick that is attached to the ignition part of the contraption is burned away, and therefore it will not trigger.
Once again, Bro Blaze got it. With that, I look over at my associates. All right, yeah, you should be good. Good, lift it up. What, do I look like an idiot or something? Lift. Not that hard.
Really like the answer to that question?
All right, we're lifting it.
All right, so all together, without taking the rope off, you're all going to try to lift together.
We basically diffused it, so.
Okay.
Yep. So Egon would not be able to do it themselves. However, if you all wanted to do a group lift, I'll have everybody roll a athletics, and whoever is the highest will be the official roll. Blaze is just standing there like pretending to lift it, but it's just kind of like, with the tip of his fingers.
I don't know, I'm lifting it, but everybody else is lifting it above me. I'm just kind of like hanging on.
Ventress,
Ouch.
you're
I'm gonna be honest. Today is not Ventress's day.
So, Ventress, you're trying to lift it. I would say between all of you, the thing is that I was hoping for more than just an 18 born. So you're unfortunately all in a position where you lift it up, and you're able to lift it up like an inch or two, but it becomes too unbearable for everyone, and you have to let it back down. And unfortunately, that means that lifting it is no longer an option. The only thing you need to do is cut the rope and let the spring go.
All right, I got
That's
this
what
one.
happens.
As
When you don't have a drink.
Yeah, I know. We get it. I pull out my scimitar and just kind of like whack it.
All right, you're gonna go ahead and whack it with the scimitar.
Oh,
Yes.
whack it.
Wait, which way are you cutting it?
Towards himself.
Oh, good.
Oh, this
Well,
might damage
depends.
whatever's in it, right?
Oh.
Can we hold the
I do
chest
believe
while it
one of you.
launches?
I do believe one of your compatriots has said that they take their scimitar and they whack it.
Yes. Screw it. All right. Eeny, meeny. Give me a second. Eeny, meeny, miny.
I'll let that one pass for now. But if somebody says that they're gonna do something before everybody discusses it's gonna happen.
Oh no, I whack it.
Okay.
Bad news.
Seeing him whack it, Ventress jumps on the chest in order to protect this content.
Oh, it's bad news. It's coming towards you, Ventress.
No, I get to determine the direction it goes in.
Alright.
Oh no, but I'm jumping at it currently, so
You're jumping at it
like to
see if you can try to stop him.
no, jumping at the chest in order to protect its contents. Maybe cushion the blow as it crushes me.
Okay, so here's what I want you to do, Ventress. I want you to do a strength check to basically grapple the chest.
Ah, yes, my +0. Thank you. That one.
The one time you actually get a 20, we'll see if it's actually worth it, because while you are grappling it, the force of it is still going to be strong. So I'm going to be rolling basically a D20 plus 5 to see what the force of it is. It's not contesting your grapple, but it is determining if your grapple keeps it in place or if it takes you along for the ride. Low, you keep it in place. High, it is how far it takes you along for the ride.
Wait to the DM to nat 20 now.
All right,
You wanna
Ventress.
Wait, can I see if I can contest its nat 20 with another nat 20?
No. The grapple was for you to hang on. That's what it was. You are going for a ride. So we gotta.
It's too good to be true that I nat 20. Something was wrong.
All right. So I gotta do a couple rolls to see what direction it's going. Because we have a number of cardinal directions, and then we do have to what angle is it going.
So
So
to land on the enemy ship.
I mean, let's play this out. Let's see what happens. Okay, so I'm gonna roll a D12, and a D12 is gonna be like, numbers on a clock. That is gonna be cardinal directions. And then I'm going to roll a let's see how to best compute this. I'm going to roll a D6 to determine how steep versus how shallow it is. If I roll a 6, it's straight up in the air. If it's a 1, then it's full force in a particular cardinal direction. So first, that D12. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, what do you know? That actually is sort of in the direction of the ship.
That's to take over the pirate
Listen,
ship.
I'm not making this up. If you end up rolling a 1, I'm gonna say that's enough to send you directly to the pirate ship.
Y'all watch Ventress sing.
All right, not quite. Not quite. However, I do need to roll a couple other things because a couple other things are going to trigger on top of that. Let's see. Oh. And then that is going to be another. Okay. And then. Ugh. Hey, I want you to make a dexterity saving throw, Ventress. Okay. So here's what happens.
Wait, saving throw or?
Oh, a saving throw.
Oh, then just add another 3 to that.
Okay. All right. So here's what happens. Instinctually, as the blade of Blaze's scimitar is about to come down and strike the rope, instinctively, you think to yourself, no, wait! And you leap forward to grab onto the top of the chest, and you have an iron grip onto this chest. You are basically grabbing on to the top of it. And with a 20, it's not going to throw you off at all as the trigger propels. But once the trigger propels, the ground leaves your feet. The ground leaves your feet as you find yourself in the midst of basically a jet of wind rushing past you. And you realize that as you're grabbing onto this thing, you look down and you see the astonished, gaping mouths of Vorn, Egon, Blaze, and Oscar. As you are propelled, let's see, distance here. What's from where you're at? If it was like in that direction. Since it was a 4, it's more like this here. Yeah. You find yourself shooting almost, at first it seems almost directly up in the air, and they're all tilting their heads up. And you realize that you've been shot off the island. And you take a long moment of air as you reach the pinnacle of your ascension. What is going through your mind in this precise moment as you reach the terminus of the height that you were being shot up? Absolutely nothing at all. So, as you reach...
Oh, I was muted because fucking broke it.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so go ahead and share. Go ahead and share with the class.
I was saying, if it turns out that inside the chest is absolute garbage, or it's like what's his name's diary or something, I am going to murder him.
All right, and with promise of murder on the mind, you feel gravity begin to retake you and the chest. You are grabbing onto the chest tightly because you have no clue. You have no clue just how this is going to go for you, and you are hugging on for dear life. However, as per some of the other roles, everyone will hear from the west of them, far off in the direction of where you had seen the silhouette of the ship, as the chest and you begin to come down, you hear cannon fire. As you realize, Ventress, Well, let's see how well you realize. Go ahead and roll a perception check, because you are sort of spinning up in the air.
My passive perception is not going to be useful in this location.
It'll have to be an active perception.
Yep.
A 17's going to be enough. You get a glimpse of the ship from your height. There are certain, even in just a glimpse of time as you were spinning around in the air, you notice a couple things. You notice that the ship itself, it's not that it's giving off a glow. The ship itself seems to be this glowing green mass in the midst of the fog. From what you can tell, there are multiple figures on it that are running around and like it looks like they are preparing for something. However, more noticeably, you hear the sound of thunder as cannon fire is heard, and you think you see just the blaze of flame coming out a particular cannon. As you spin around and you get visibility of it again, you see a little pebble. And then as you spin around and then see it again, that's not a pebble. They tried to fire a cannon at you.
Well, I'm mid-air.
Your microphone is doing the thing again.
I said, well, mid-air? Damn, they got good aim. However,
they rolled pretty good, but you rolled pretty damn good on your dexterity saving throw.
Oh,
it flies. Basically, if you wouldn't have moved, it would have hit you directly.
Wait, I didn't know that was for a save, because now I would like to, and I want to know if this is possible, deflect missile.
No, there's no way you're gonna deflect missile a cannonball. Come on. We were in
the
what?
Weren't we in the, what was it?
Museum.
I don't think you ever deflected missile a cannonball.
I thought I did. Maybe I did. Maybe I asked you then too.
I think you asked me then. It's a cannonball. Like, you're gonna try to grab a cannonball in midair? Is that the idea?
Using key force to manipulate some bullshit or other.
Oh my god! Well, you're already up there. Hey, listen, if you want to give it a shot, it's gonna be a pretty high DC. It's possible. But what are you going to try to do when you try to grab this thing? Because it is a cannonball, and its trajectory and its force is probably more than your force upon the chest itself. So you are probably going to be carried with the cannonball. I'm just going to be honest here. If that's something you want to try to do.
I'm not thinking of being carried with the cannonball. I'm thinking of
trying to
sending
grab it
back using its own momentum.
Oh my god.
But I want to ask my companions before I try this. Do you think I should try this?
As the player, no.
What's the worst that could happen? You
As
don't
Blaze,
do it?
Full send it.
Like, honestly, what's the worst that could happen? You're already in it. Yeah, full send.
Yeah, I'm already
I will
spinning
say,
around in midair.
As he's flying, I will send my Raven to follow him.
Oh man, I'll be honest.
Also,
if I'm looking at deflect missiles, it says nothing about what the missile is. So
yeah, that's why I asked. I did also want to say, does nobody remember that it was a female? I always roll a D2. Ventress is actually a woman.
I haven't been saying him, have I?
No, everyone else has.
Okay, just remember it is her.
Strange enough.
I feel like we wouldn't know that.
I think it could be.
All right,
You know
well
what?
let's
I'll give you that.
go ham. let's go ham, friend.
Yeah,
if you want to
I'll
do
give it a
it,
good
roll it, but it's gonna need to be a pretty high DC. So it's the levels of success and failure. This is a kind of an all or nothing thing. So you are taking a big risk. Do you want to take that risk?
You know what? Yeah, I do, because I got half an hour before I gotta go suffer an essay. So.
All right. Let's see what happens.
What do I need to roll?
So I will say your dexterity saving throw is basically your ability to maneuver your body in midair to try to grab and or stop this cannonball. That is a 1d10 plus 8 as part of your deflect missiles.
1d10 plus 8?
Yep.
Where the hell did you find that?
It's under your deflect missiles.
There's a deflect missiles and a deflect missiles attack.
So under but that says if you reduce the damage to 0.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna.
So basically, it's if you're gonna let it do damage, if you're gonna let it hit you, you're risking damage to yourself. But if you reduce its damage to 0, then
Is it possible
you'll be able to make
its damage to 0?
Let's see, a cannonball. Listen, I have stats for this. I know I ran a cannonball previously. So let me look at the cannon that I used prior, and let's see here. So that was let's see, NPCs. Animated cannon. What did I say the stats of that cannonball were? Let me check. Details.
I remember being arcane though. I think. No, maybe it was regular.
It was okay. So get this. It was 2d6 bludgeoning and 2d6 fire.
So what you're telling me?
So 46.
Is there is a very possible likely outcome I can do this.
Yes. But, if you don't reduce it to 0, it will deal at whatever the remainder damage to you.
That is perfectly fine.
All right, let's do. I want to put. Okay, hold on a sec. No, let's not do it yet. I want to put on some great music for this because this is like fate has brought us to this moment right now. So let's go ahead.
Just realized I also have slow fall, so I'm gonna use slow fall on this, so everything is working in my favor.
I mean, it's battle music. We'll stick with this. Hey, are you ready? Are you ready to roll? I'm gonna have you roll your 1d10 plus 8 first, and then I'm going to roll my 2d6 plus 2d6. Are you ready?
Yes. I've rolled like ass today, but maybe the gods will smile upon me.
Let's hope so.
You want me to roll now?
You are gonna roll first. Yep.
Big money, big money, big money. Yeah!
17.
Nearly max.
Okay, nearly max.
Beat that DC.
Hey, this is possible, my friend. I can't believe I'm saying it, but this is possible, my friend. So, let's see. You have decided to tempt fate, and in a glimpse of decision making with your maneuverability in the midair, you decide that you, with one hand upon the chest and the rest of your body out in the open, you position yourself in the way of the cannonball. And we are going to roll to see what the force of that cannonball is. And I'm going to straight up do 46 to see what happens. All right. I'm going to hit enter.
Come on, all ones.
Okay. You, my friend, manage to, with your entire body and with maneuverability, are able to grab on to the cannonball. This, as you were, you know, sort of entering your dropping phase, you realize that you have actually grasped onto this missile, and that therefore
I spend
you
a
can
key
send
point.
it.
I spend a key point to fire it back.
And so with its momentum, my friend, you unleash, within a split second, you grab it and you spin using the chest as basically a like a counterweight. And you spin around and you send the thing back directly towards the ship. Now, if I am correct, your deflect missiles basically says you can spend 1 key point to make a ranged attack as a monk weapon. So
no matter what, this is gonna be intimidating as fuck.
no matter what, even if you get a 1 on this next roll, this is gonna have effects on the rest of the next few sessions. I promise you that. So I want you to make a ranged attack with the cannonball.
What am I adding to this?
This is whatever you used as your, you know, your unarmed strike. You're essentially doing. You're essentially
+6. Thank
Yeah.
you.
I mean, you're firing it at a ship, so I don't imagine that it's going to. You're going to be able to avoid that in some way, shape, or form. Or they're going to be able to avoid it in some way, shape, or form. Let's see, 11. Well, you're firing at a ship, and the ship is just off of where the map is, basically. Well, okay, so based upon this, let me roll something here. All right, yep. You actually do manage to chuck the cannonball back at the ship itself. And the force of the cannonball, my friend, let's see what the damage looks like. 18 damage. As you send it directly at the ship. Now, I also want to do a D100 because I want to see what is the effectiveness of this cannonball. The higher it is, basically, if you get a 100, you chucked it at the captain herself. If you get a 1, then you basically just, you know, blow the top of the mast off or something. Anything in between that is going to determine the level of like where it strikes. 70 ain't bad. 70, the cannonball is going to send itself directly into the ship, and you, as you are spinning in the air, you look and you notice that there is an explosion of debris that shoots out of the hole. And you feel deep catharsis because in fractions of a moment of you having done all of this, you sent a volley back. You sent a message.
Well, I'm not done sending said message because someone was probably looking through a telescope. With my pale white eyes looking through this mask, I stare down that ship as I slow fall.
So my question is, slow fall. Is that an ability you have? Is that a spell?
It is. It is. I can add a +25. I don't know how I just opened Oscar's sheet on X.
Yeah, I don't see it on your spell book. Or your innate spellcasting.
Under reaction, flow fall. You can use your reaction to when you fall to reduce any falling damage you take +20 by +25.
Where the oh, yeah, okay. You can use your oh, yes. All right, so as you come closer to the ground, you do basically land. You land it's up to you if you want to land on top of the tree or land behind the tree, whichever the case is.
I will land behind the tree.
Okay. And as you land behind the tree, as the vision between you and them is basically severed by the tree itself, is there anything you want to do as some of the pirates are looking on in astonishment at what just happened?
Man, if I wasn't wearing a mask, I'd smirk, but I'm gonna do the I'm watching you thing.
Oh, so like 2 fingers towards your eyes?
Fingers to my eyes, to them, to show that I'm watching.
All right, and you land upon the ground. Limbet, you know all of those fucking ones you got in the early part of this session? Well, I think you've paid the ferryman, and the ferryman has decided to give you a ride. And you have
Ferryman took me to Badass Town.
Yeah, 100%. I think just from all of that, I'm gonna give. Listen, I know insult to injury, all of the cool things that just happened, but like, I'm gonna give you an inspiration on your next roll as well. I'm a DM inspiration on whatever it is you want to spend it on next. But you are now standing there with the chest. And hey, everyone else, how are you reacting to the, like, I don't know, 5 to 10 seconds that all of this took place in?
I need a drink.
I'm with you, buddy.
Let me know when y'all catch up.
So, should we get to the next chest?
I would like that very much. Oh,
I don't
Yeah,
think they're going to
paper.
be sending one over here for a while, so let's go.
You hear something from the distance.
Oh.
You think you can make a fool out of me and my crew? I have something else coming your way. As you hear that through the fog, and you hear 2 more firings of cannons.
You know what? I think they're sending skeletons this time.
All right, yep, let's go.
And as each of you look up, as if you glance to look up, you notice that barrels, but they seem to be larger this time. Right where you're standing there, Oscar, I'm gonna need you to halt because something is about to take place, my friend. The first that you notice, I gotta put on some more badassery music here. Let's see, where is it?
By the way, were we supposed to be able to hear music? Because I haven't heard anything.
You're not hearing any music?
I think it's on my end.
I've heard it, yeah.
A
It's my
large... Okay, gotcha. A very large barrel crashes down on this location. It is of a large size that takes up a 10 by 10 space. And as it lands, almost like a dropship of sorts, each side of the barrel begins to open, almost like a wave as each of the sides of the barrel fall over clockwise. And you notice a particular individual stand up. And as the last of the sides of the barrel fall, you notice that there is a contraption in front of him. and on top of it is a monkey. As you are looking at this contraption, you notice that there are multiple barrels, and it very much seems like this thing is built to fire several shots at once. Another set of barrels lands just to the north of you, right to about where Oscar was about to head. Upon seeing that, a couple barrels fall, and you notice these individuals begin to make their way out. That one, this one, this one, and finally, that one. The one in the center appears to be the size of an ogre. As a matter of fact, very much in the semblance of an ogre. And they are carrying a large chain with a hook on the end of it. They look to be somebody who is of a fairly considerable rank. I do have to ask the party, does anybody have background experience as a sailor?
Yo.
All right.
Not me.
Fair enough. This individual stands forth and points in your direction, and you hear in this guttural, partially, in a guttural, deep sounding, yet broken tone, something that's affected by years of rot, is the sound of this individual saying, "Take them. Send them to the brig." And I will need everybody to roll for initiative.
Yeah, let's go.
Wait, do you think we should let him? Because honestly, we wanted to take the ship, didn't we?
I mean, that's what you will get to discuss on your turn.
That's true.
We need to finish the job, though.
Of course. I'm just as tired from what she did.
Oh, I shouldn't. Hold on, let me change that. Let me remove that combatant and actually add this guy instead. There we go. So, with everybody having rolled your initiative, here's what we're going to do. Within the next, I want to say, 4 to 5 minutes, I will keep a timer here for it. In the next 4 to 5 minutes, I want each of you to discuss what your individual plans are. Also, perhaps you want to discuss an alternative, such as what you have mentioned. What Limbit had mentioned is, do you want to be taken by them, or do you want to fight them? The choice is yours, but 5 minutes starts now.
Alright. It's probably better.
I'd prefer in character not to be taken by them.
I mean, probably everyone wouldn't, but I'm just shooting it out there. Because we did say if we got the boat, our payout would be far greater than if we got the chest back.
Yeah, but my guess is they probably have a shit ton of other crew members, and we're probably not going to get fed.
I mean, I'm also looking at a deadline here, and I'm kind of scared to leave y'all.
That's fine. I have an idea.
I do have the ability to cast sleep on anyone within 90 feet of us, or darkness to block view.
I'm not too worried.
Darkness would probably be good there. I actually have a summon spell that can distract the gunner guy easily.
I was thinking we get the gun.
How are we getting there?
Rotten. Well, if we're gonna have distractions, I think the best bet would be have one person go over there, take the gun down the 3.
It's probably gonna take like 2 turns to get over there, and then you'd have to get the gun from them.
We need someone
By
to-
that time, I would imagine at least some form of these people on the left would be taken care of.
Yeah, I don't know about that ogre though.
Probably not the ogre.
Yeah.
I'm still here just doing a quick water break, but you have about 3 minutes.
Glad you're timing.
Yeah, I can summon one of my Ember familiars to actually go and take care of this guy. Grab the gun.
I don't know
we'll
if you
deal
can
with it.
grab that thing. Looks like it's like a big thing on a stand.
Oh no, not
It's
not
not
grab
going
as in
anywhere.
carry it. I mean man it. Man it for the time being.
A spirit's gonna know how to man a gun.
They would.
Okay.
Cool. Interested to see that.
Even still, it's just if we get that gun, it's to be told we just need to get the gun decommissioned. After that, we can worry about it later.
Let's get up to our
Okay.
tiny boat.
We'll be able to fit it.
Hey, Wamba was our healer, right?
Oh,
Wemba was a rogue.
Oh, was
He
he?
was a rogue artificer.
I'm our healer.
Oh fuck. Can anyone other than me heal themselves?
Don't die.
Yeah, no.
That's about it. Don't die.
Nope.
Yeah. All right. Don't
Just
worry.
don't die.
It's-
Just don't die. It's easy.
Exactly. It's just Leroy Jenkins.
Well, they want us alive at least, so they're not going to finish us off. They want to take us to their brig, so we can look forward to at least that.
We fine.
Take them.
Wonder if they
But
have
I
alcohol
think
in
after
there.
we fucking intimidated the shit out of them, we got to kick their asses.
Yeah, I don't think they're leaving us alive after that.
No, I fucking. I'm sorry.
They're gonna take
It
us
was
to the brig
worth
and
it,
torture
though.
us.
I think
it
it's
was worth it.
It's
was.
definitely full send.
Literally.
No cap. Yes,
I'm good.
I know. I know. I was gonna say I know
All
what
right.
I'm doing.
So it sounds like everybody kind of knows what they're doing. There's a minute left if anybody wants to take it. Otherwise, if everybody's good, let me know.
Last, I think, on this turn order. So don't hesitate to do whatever you want to do. Don't. Well, I take darkness.
It will be Egon going first, and then the minigunner.
That's fine. I'm just gonna roll a d20 for you can add for my Raven because it has its own initiative.
Okay.
Good.
You said 13 on that?
Yeah.
Hold on a sec. Let me make sure that I'm actually, because I can't see them, so I gotta add them that way. Boom.
What a good.
Yeah, it was still 13. Cool.
Dice new.
All right. So that is going to be the end. So we are going to kick this off with Egon.
Woo!
You got this.
All right. So we're gonna do a little something called Rage.
Yeah.
All right. So rage it is.
And then since I've raged, that's a manually do it, I wonder. Yep. 1 sec. 1d8. Which is a lovely 4, which means
Teaser.
magic infuses one of my weapons of my choice that I am holding until my rage ends. The weapon's damage changes to force. It gains the light and thrown properties with a normal range of 20 feet and a long range of 60 feet. If the weapon leaves my hand, I can resummon it.
So good.
All right. With that said, let's
60 feet.
move.
Almost.
I know, I saw that. Actually, what if I if
Yeah,
I
you
move
got
there, I can hit
movement.
it.
Hell, you could hit the guy.
Sure, why not?
It's so broken good.
There we go. Why not? Why not? I can't quite hit the guy though. I can hit the gun, can't quite the guy though.
We don't need the gun, honestly. It's probably detrimental to us.
Gotcha. Alright, with that said, we are going to throw my weapon.
Are you gonna throw it at the gun?
Yes.
All right. In which case, throw your weapon. If it's that distance, does the disadvantage of the distance and the advantage of your thing cancel out? I imagine.
Sorry, what do you mean?
Because what's your throw distance?
Well, the wild magic increases it to 60.
Oh, so you can hit it within 60. All right. Well, then go ahead.
Are you reckless attacking?
Wait, can you use reckless as thrown? I guess you can you?
I assume so.
Well, I guess
Recklessly throwing.
we're gonna recklessly throw. I totally forgot
Wait,
about
what does that
Cool.
let him do?
that. When I make my attack on my first turn, I can decide to recklessly attack, gaining advantage on the melee. It's melee weapon attack.
Ah,
So maybe not reckless, but then I get thrown. I don't know. I'll let you rule it, Matt.
So it's saying that you can't throw recklessly? Is that what?
Well,
it's
no,
saying?
it's saying the reckless is a melee attack, but then the wild magic lets me throw things.
So here's the deal: you can throw it, but it's not reckless.
Gotcha. So we're just gonna regularly do it then.
Big money. Oh, wow. Nice halberd.
Well, thank you.
Oh, there
Wow.
it is.
All right, nice halberd.
Does a 22 hit the monstrosity Gatling gun?
Yes, it is.
Take 13 points of thrown slash damage.
All right.
No, it changes it to force, doesn't it?
Force damage, Force!
Force damage. In which case, yes, that is going to do damage to the gun itself. I would say, based upon that, I'm gonna need to make a roll because something could potentially happen here because you
Explode.
struck the gun. Not explode.
Uh-huh.
Trust me, not explode.
Off at everyone. It is force damage.
It is force damage. I'm gonna have to roll something here. Basically, like the Constitution, like a Constitution saving throw of sorts. Okay.
Oh, it should be 15, by the way, because of the rage. I apologize. I don't know if that matters or not.
I mean, it matters for damage. So you've chucked your halberd at the Gatling gun. The Gatling gun, it looks like this drowned minigunner, he's getting on it and he's like positioning it. He's going, he's aiming it at you. He's about to fire. But this halberd comes in and basically not only does it strike the gun, but it like jams itself into the spot where the barrels spin. Therefore, it is jammed and it cannot fire until it is unjammed.
As cool as that is, unfortunately, the wild magic table says it goes right back into my hand after
Does
my
it?
turn.
Well, in which case, it goes right back into your hand.
Again.
All right, so it is not jammed.
Nope.
Okay.
Good luck, guys.
Yep. Good luck.
How many projectiles are you talking?
I'm sure he's fine.
All right. Because here's what I'll do. Because it is 8:57, Ventress will go next.
Oh,
Okay.
fuck. This guy probably has a high con, right?
I mean, it's possible. He's a big boy.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask them because it's gonna be up to them what's more useful to them right now.
You do you, fam.
Head
You
out.
do you.
I'm about to head out. I don't want to get you guys.
Whatever you leave with, that's how you leave.
Okay. How does invisibility work?
How does invisibility work as a?
The spell ends for a target that attacks or casts a spell.
Yep.
Okay. As an action, she's gonna run over to. Well, if I could move my token, which I for some reason cannot.
It's probably because you're wall-wise. You're in the middle of a thing here. Because it's not.
Turn.
Are you done with your turn? Oh, wait. Let me move you out.
Just manually move
position.
them.
There we go.
Well, that works too.
There we go. Now you should be able to move. Are you not able to move?
Give me a second. I just wanted to read how my spellcasting works, if it's an action or a bonus action. So invisibility is not a shadow art. What the fuck is it? Blessing of the Moonweaver.
Becomes invisible to and anything target is wearing is invisible.
Oh, but I have to cast it on myself. Never mind. Okay, sorry guys.
A creature you touch becomes invisible.
Yes, but the Blessing of the Moonweaver says I have to be targeting myself only.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, so that kind of shot my plan. I was gonna make Barbarian invisible.
Yeah, right.
Whatever's
clever. Whatever you feel is gonna help.
Next is the gunner, right?
Next is the gunner.
Does everyone here have dark vision?
It wouldn't matter if you're gonna cast darkness. That's magical darkness.
A creature with dark vision. Oh fuck.
Mm-hmm.
God damn it! Why does every one of my abilities not help us?
I mean, darkness is still good.
You know what? I got it then.
Since I have blind fighting, I think I'm the only one who can fight in there.
I moved.
I can smell them.
How far away are they? And then it's 15-foot radius.
I should mention that darkness. It's not so much about where you put the darkness, if you put the darkness on them, but that darkness affects individuals' line of sight.
Oh, so if I cast it, they can't see past the sphere?
Like if you cast in the middle between you and them, they can't see past the darkness.
I will cast darkness here then.
All right. What's that radii of darkness?
It is a 15-foot sphere, I believe.
15-foot sphere. So something.
Give me a second.
Something like
it is
that.
Yes.
Okay. Let's just make sure. Coming towards the edge here. Maybe it's a little bit. It should
be 15 in all directions, I believe.
15. Oh, so it's not 15 from one side to another.
It should be this.
I see. There you go.
That's what it gave me for the thing. So.
All right. So that's what it runs with. So basically, drawing this out, anything that is within. Oh, geez. Anything that is within that area cannot be seen right now by the gunner. Well, cool. How long does darkness last again? It
Up
is
to 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Is that a concentration spell?
It is.
All right. So what you're going to basically be doing is concentrating on it. That's all you're going to be doing. In which case,
Yes, and I
Yep.
believe I can use my bonus action somewhere using a key to where is it? Not focused aim, so far. Where the frickety frack is I hate having not seen a monk in so long. Does anyone know what it is?
know what is.
Yeah, I don't
There
know.
it is.
I'm confused.
I'm going to use one key point as the Step of Wind. You can spend one key point to take the disengage or dash action as a bonus action on your turn.
Uh-huh.
And I am going to take the dash action to once again. Oh, nope, wrong person. Hide in a bush.
Your concentration means you have to be within 60 feet of the center of the thing. So as long as
Okay.
you're
Yeah, that's
can
45, so.
45. So you can move at least 15 feet away from where you're at in a different direction.
Oh, I just moved there.
Oh, you just
into
moved
this little
there?
bush.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I'm
you're
gonna
gonna
hide in the bush.
Hide in the bush. All right.
'Cause I gotta
Hide in the
head out.
bush. All right. That, my friends, is Limbit playing as Ventress, and Limbit needs to leave early. So everybody say everybody say goodbye to Limbit.
Bye.
Bye.
Wish you all good luck.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I have to leave you all, but I have an essay due tonight.
I understand. Hey, have a fantastic evening, and thank you very much for providing such an epic moment in tonight's session.
Let me know when y'all kill that guy. Go team.
Go team. All right, so that's going to be the end of Ventress Serpentblade's turn, which means the next turn is going to be to the Drowned Minigunner. Now, this is a very particular situation for the Minigunner. All of you notice that the Minigunner and the Minigun have both vanished on the other side of this sphere of darkness. Essentially, this Minigunner they're going to panic for a moment, and then they're going to move over here, and they're going to try as they might to pull the minigun in a particular direction, and they have to do basically a strength check. 13. That's going to be enough to only move it like one space. Boom. So with that one move, let me go ahead and take that away, and then let me draw the line of sight that is possible here. Only as far as up here. So anything that is there within that angle cannot be shot at. And further, but that's just the amount that I drew. And that's all the Drowned Minigunner can do. Now it is Vorn's turn.
All right. Well, I guess Vorn will just move up to here. And he'll go, "You dead bastards should learn to stay dead." That's really all I can do for now.
Just yell at them, that's it?
Yeah. Because I don't think I can move to those guys, since my movement is only 30 feet.
So your movement's only 30 feet. You're not going to dash or anything?
Not yet. I'd rather wait until they get a bit closer.
Okay. So that is your turn. And now it is the turn of the Drowned Boson. And he's going to roar out, and he's going to send his units in your direction. So first and foremost is this individual, which you remembered as being known as a Drowned Burster. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And they are going to do 2 claw attacks. The closest individual is going to be Oscar. A 10 does not hit you. They're going to try to make a second attack. And a 12. Does a 12 hit you?
Does not, because he has mage armor on actually right now. His
All
AC is
right.
13.
So
as
this
he tries to claw Oscar, his eyes kind of squints, and he takes his cane and twirls it and kind of puts it right between its claws and kind of pushes up his glasses. As he looks at him, he's like, "No, that's not going to happen today, sir."
All right, and so neither one of those claws make purchase. The Drowned Cannoneer decides to run down the slope here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and takes their cannon. And of course, the closest individual to fire upon is going to be Egon. So they are going to take their blunderbuss, light it. 50. Oh shit! Hold on a sec. That works very differently. Nope, 15-foot cone's not going to do it.
Aha!
Stupid zombie man don't know how to even use gun.
Yeah, you're right. That's on me, stupid zombie man. So instead, what they're gonna do is they're gonna rush. They're gonna do 1, 2. Wait, hold on. They were so actually 1, 2, 3. And I think they're gonna attempt to climb.
You can try, but I don't see success in your future.
Well, they're going to climb pretty
We're saying.
spectacularly.
Fucking rigged.
However, that is going to be their turn. They're just going to end right next to you. So the third Ursaring is the Drowned Rockclaw. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and unfortunately, they only have melee attacks. So the only thing they can do is get in position, and they're going to get in position right here. Finally, the Drowned Boson. The Drowned Boson, with his large chain, is going to make a very particular decision that involves the chain in question. However, what direction is he going to go? I think it would be tactical for him to go 1 and then pounce down, basically 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that's going to be close enough. 10 feet up, 10 feet. I mean, oh shit, I don't want to necessarily do the Pythagorean, I'm not doing the Pythagorean theorem. I'm just saying it's 10 feet. They're going to do what is known as a chain smash. And, Egon, I'm going to need you to first endure this ability, which is going to be an attack. That is going to be a chain smash with the 21. Which I imagine hits.
Just barely.
All right, and that's 9 damage, but of course that's going to be halved because you're raging. So that'll be 4 damage. But also, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. The DC for that is a 14.
All right, well, I'm knocked out.
You are knocked unconscious for the time being. So you, my friend, are prone and knocked unconscious. And that is going to be all of their turn. Then we go to Burb.
Oh, I forgot that. I was like, bird. Damn. Um, this is quite the predicament. Hold on. I'm just trying to get the bird's token. There we go. Okay. The bird is going to go. Oh, God, I'm just trying to select the bird. It's not letting me. I just want to not. Whatever. Okay. The bird is going to go over to Egon, kind of land on him, and give him the help action to help him wake up, and it's going to start poking like at his eyes, essentially. So I don't know if there's going to be another save. Yeah. So he's basically going to help him to try to get him to wake him up.
Try to wake up Egon.
Yes.
So in this case, he is in the unconscious.
Yeah, it's
condition.
I'm giving him the help action, so on his turn he would have an advantage on the check. And he's doing that by basically tapping his head to wake him up from unconsciousness.
Okay.
Eyes.
What? Maybe I'm confused here. What check is that you're talking about?
I assumed that he would have to make another Constitution saving throw to wake up from the chain smash.
The unconscious target repeats the saving throw if it takes damage at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on itself. So on the condition, so you're saying like conditionally on the condition that he is damaged, you're going to try to
essentially
aid.
the Raven. Yeah, the Raven is going over there to help him. Whatever happens, whatever he rolls next.
Sure. No, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, so actually I'm unconscious until I take damage.
Unconscious target repeats the saving throw if it takes damage at the end of each of its turns. Okay, got it. Understood.
So I would still have the help action when I try and catch it.
Yep. Cool. So that makes sense. Anything else?
Oh, that's all I can do.
All right, that is your turn. It is Blaze's turn.
All right. I think I got an idea.
Okay.
Probably gonna be able to help. Far enough. The answer is yes, and I can see it right over here.
See what?
Right over here. Is anybody looking? You see Blaze just start doing some weird hand signs, and then afterwards is that you just see basically see him puffing out a thing of ember smoke on top as the wind is taking it through. So I cast Ember Familiar Nessa, or Summon Fae.
All right, so you're gonna summon Fae. That is right there. Yep.
So, is that with that over there? Afterwards, I'm going to move.
Oh boy, do I have a Fae spirit? That's a good question.
I DM'd you. DM'd you one.
Did you do it just now?
I did it a while ago.
Well, it would have been a while ago then. Yo,
No,
you all right. Hold on a moment.
Check your demons.
Oh, that's interesting. Let me save image. Let's see if we can get that in there. Bum 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 bum. I'm just gonna drag it in as is because I don't know if oh no, I should be able to make a token of it really quick. It takes only a few seconds to do that, as a matter of fact. So let me do precisely that. Boom. Download. Then we quick change the name of the token and we throw it in. We make it I guess just actorless for now. That's what it is, right there.
All right. Perfect. Afterwards, I'm gonna move right over. Yeah, I'm gonna move right here.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be the end of my turn, but now directly it's my Fae turn.
And it takes a turn immediately after yours. Well, there you go.
And I forgot to say which type he is. Yeah, he is fuming, as expected.
Fuming. The Fae has advantage on the next attack roll it makes before the end. Got it. That's its bonus actions. That's its bonus action.
Yep.
All right, and so are you going to attack?
Yes, I'm going to hit it with my hit it with my short sword. I'm just trying to remember my
Equal to half the spell's level, rounded down. What level did you spend it at?
I spent it at 3, so
Rounded
it's
down,
only
so it's
one
only
hit.
one hit. Okay, gotcha.
I'm just trying to remember my
Yeah, so that would be a spell attack modifier. So feel free to roll
so it's
your...
+6.
Yep. So roll d20 plus 6.
I get to roll it again as well in case it doesn't hit.
Ha,
never mind.
Well, that's a crit.
Yep.
So
And
that is a 1d6 plus 3 plus the spell's level piercing damage plus 1d6 force damage. Okay. So
it's 46 plus 3 plus 3. 46 plus 6.
all right. In which case, roll the damage. 20 damage. As your Fae appears with sword in hand and manages to take their sword with a fuming strike and slice up a bunch of the flesh of this drowned minigunner. As a matter of fact, manages to cut the hand off of his left arm. As you do a total of 20 damage upon this creature. Anything else you wish to do on your turn?
Nope, that will be it.
All right. Y'all are thinking tactically, and I like this. You've basically taken the gunner out of commission for a little bit. Then the turn is going to lie upon Oscar.
Okay, you tell me, Matt, Oscar is not heavy into martial, but him being a wizard, he's very smart. Would he understand what happened to Egon, as if he takes damage, he has a chance to wake up?
You know, I mean, you can gather by witnessing that the I guess one thing I never actually sorry. Let me return to your question. It looked like the blow to him hurt, but it doesn't necessarily look like he went Egon was pretty healthy before he got struck. So I guess you have enough natural insight to know that this wasn't his final blow.
I don't know if that's a yes or a no.
I'm saying yes. You would know.
Okay.
You would know the conditions of
Okay.
the unconsciousness.
Oscar, as per usual, he pushes up his glasses and points his cane over towards Egon, and he is going to cast at rank 1 a magic missile at him, and then have the other 2 to the zombie next to him.
Okay. Also, I'm gonna let it fly, Squigums, but I do notice that spell requires gilded flower worth at least 300 gold pieces. Since it's a gold amount, it's not something you can just cast, typically. Anything that has a gold amount requires that you spend that much in the component.
So he launches 1 dart at Egon and 2 at the zombie for 8 damage to the zombie and 4 at Egon.
All right.
To help wake him up.
In which case, Egon is dealt the damage, and Egon, please roll the saving throw with advantage. I do believe that was a Constitution saving throw.
Well,
You
it's
are back.
about time you wake up.
You are back up.
I just get so tired in this mood setting that, you know, the lights, the area, trees, it's just peaceful.
Yeah, I understand, partner. Just don't let it happen again. And after that, he kind of turns his attention. Now, gentlemen, shall we dance? And he's going to. That should be interesting. Yeah, he's going to take a step back and move away from them.
All right, disengage. Yep.
No, he's just moving away.
Attack of opportunity.
Yeah.
All right. There's going to be one attempt of a claw attack upon you from the Drowned Burster, which is not going to hit. And then there's the Drowned Rot Claw. There's going to be one attempt at a strike from them. That's going to be 13. Yeah, they're both going to miss.
Oh, no, the second one hits. My AC is 13.
13? Okay. They're going to do 9 bludgeoning damage. I'm going to need you to roll a Constitution saving throw.
So as he does that damage, he hits Oscar, and it immediately doesn't touch him, and it hits this aura of magic as he takes 10 cold damage from his still running armor of Agathis.
Oh, yeah. So
And it doesn't actually pierce the armor as it goes through a magical aura which seems to protect him, and that 9 damage gets absorbed by his. I don't even remember what this feature is called. What is it on here? It is the Arcane Ward. Yeah,
Gotcha.
so the Arcane Ward has 13 hit points, so it takes 9 to it.
okay. So and it
And I will roll that
sends
save.
back cold damage, correct?
The cold is from previously I had Armor of Agathis on, which also gave me temp HP, and I cast it at level 2, so he takes 10 cold damage.
All right. So 10 cold damage he takes.
And trying to, it's not letting me. Oh, there we go. And that's the Constitution save.
That succeeds. I should also mention that because past strikes have taken place since months ago when you ran the first combat, I know that some of y'all got infected with blue rot, the disease, but I don't know who. So just for simplicity's sake, I'm gonna just reset the disease counter and suggest that everybody is perfectly healthy. But of course, if you fail a Constitution saving throw here, you get blue rot. All right.
Okay. So yeah, as Oscar walks away without a scratch, he kind of winks at the guy whose arm is now frozen over from the armor of Agathis, and he draws his cane and points it at him, and that's his turn.
All right, excellent. And we have finished the first round, and we come back to Egon, now back up on his feet. Well, lying down, but can get back up on his feet.
Yeah, so we're gonna stand back up.
Mm-hmm.
Recast Rage.
And rage you shall.
And that one is I teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space I can see. And until my rage ends, you can use this effect each as a bonus action. So I'm just a teleported
Nice.
monster now.
You got some options.
Let's why not? Let's just bloop. Okay. Now we're going to remember that we can attack twice, and attack twice, recklessly.
Excellent. So go ahead and lay down your attacks upon this Rot Claw.
Right, there we go. I think I can. I'm gonna have to roll twice for this. I didn't hit all. Does all work? Oh, it works. Nice. There we go. Does 25 hit the lovely gentleman in front of me?
25 does.
That one will take 6 plus
That-
2, which will be 8.
Which will be 8.
And we're going to do it again.
That will also hit.
And that would be 11.
That will be 11. Excellent. With each blow, you are actually breaking off chunks of the body. You see ribs fly. You see an entire slabs of skin just chunk off as you're making these strikes upon the Rotclaw. It does look like the Rotclaw won't be able to take a ton more from blows such as this.
That's all I got.
All right. And then, of course, it is Ventress's turn, but Ventress is hiding and they are channeling. So we go to the Drowned Minigunner. As it turns out, the Drowned Minigunner is preoccupied with a Fae, despite the fact that there is one individual who has peeked just around the corner. However, they are pretty darn occupied. However, this becomes a moment where the monkey, who is also on the gun, is jumping up and down and screeching, and you can actually see Egon from the corner of your eye. This fight happening between the minigunner and the Fae, and you also hear the screeching of a monkey. And you actually see just the glimpse of the monkey jumping up and down on the minigun. The Drowned Minigunner decides to take its rusted longsword and to lay down a strike upon the Fae at a 14, miss. Which is a miss. And they're going to make a second attack with that blade, and that's also going to be a miss. The monkey is trying to figure out what to do, so I need to roll a d20 to see how confident they feel. 12 is best, 1 is worst. 5. They are quite confused, and they are actually just like dangling from the edge of the gun and like just pulling it left and right and stuff. They're not able to control themselves. So no gunfire. We move it on to Vorn.
All right. I'll attack the guy in front of me. Monk sword.
Okay, you got 2 attacks now.
Yep. Does 22 hit?
22 does strike.
All right. 11 slashing damage, and I'll add my psionic power to that as well. Where was it?
All right, 11 damage to the burster. So that is going to bring it down to... okay. Is that your turn? Or do you have anything else planned?
I'm going to attack again.
All right, go ahead and make another strike.
Go.
A 13. That is going to hit.
Oh, pretty lucky then.
If you think so. All right, that is going to be a total of 9 damage.
All right.
And as you cut into this creature, this is a pirate with a lot of just bulbous bloat upon its back. And as you cut into it, you can see like jets of liquid shoot out of the holes as it kind of growls at you. And is that going to be your turn?
No, I also had the psionic damage to that.
All right, what does the
That last
psionic
strike.
damage look like?
I'm trying to click it, but am I supposed to do standard roll? Doesn't seem to work.
What is the roll normally? You can do it manually.
Hang on, I'm gonna see if I can do it on D&D Beyond. Oh, it's a 1d8. All right. I'll just roll it normally. And that's a 6 psionic damage.
6 psionic damage. Oh, we gotta make some music adjustments here. Sorry about that. Boom, boom. We want to do sequential playback. Continuous playback, sequential. Thank you. Let's go. So that's gonna be 6 damage. Okay. I do wish to ask. Let's see. It's got its fortitude. Damage reduces 0. Must make Constitution saving throw. It's going to succeed, and therefore it is going to remain standing, dropping to 1 hit point. And it is not going down, but you see entire gaping holes on its back and just shots of this, like, gross pus-like liquid. Aside from that, is there anything else you wish to do on your turn?
Oh, you rotting bastard need to know how to stay down! And that's it.
All right. It is time for them and the Drowned Boson. So this individual is going to move in this direction, and they are going to make their initial claw attack upon you, Vorn, at a 7. They're going to try to make a second one at a 14.
That Burster is not having a good day.
Not having a good day.
He has rolled horrible.
Has rolled pretty terrible. This Rot Claw, facing down Egon, is going to turn about and is going to make their unarmed strike. They make, let's see, what's the total? Oh, they're supposed to make 3 unarmed strikes. Oh, well, let's do that then. That is the first one. 24 is the second one. 24 is the third one. So I believe 2 of them hit. So the damage for the first one becomes 9. And hold on here, just to make sure I can get the damage thing back up. I need to hit attack and ignore that attack. So it's a 9 and a 6. Because you were raging, the 9 becomes a 4 and the 6 becomes a 3. So it's 7 damage total.
Okie dokie.
And then we have the Cannoneer. They are looking around and they realize that they're in a position to deal potentially the most damage if they move into place here. They don't see... they're not going to see Ventress there. But they are going to move here. And they are going to use their blunderbuss. And I'm going to need the 3 of you to do a dexterity saving throw. Ignore that attack roll. It's just a dex saving throw.
Ah, fuck.
All right. All 3 of you, it's below a... Yeah, that is below a DC of 15. So you take the full 2 damage. So all of you are dealt 2 damage.
Shit. Okay.
It's whatever.
1 sec. Oh, this is probably not going to be well. All right. And now I need to roll a con save.
Well, there isn't a... is that con save for something else? It's for...
That's for the...
You're concentrating for the...
Yeah.
The Fae? Okay.
All right. believe that succeeds.
Oh, yeah, that's more than enough.
Yeah, you sounded a little apprehensive there. Yep, so that's what happens with those three, and then finally we have the bosun. The bosun, because they are large, they are going to use half of, they're going to use half of their movement to climb up, but they are essentially in the position that they need to be. They're going to move here, and then they're going to do a chain sweep. And once again, I'm going to need, let's see, every creature within 10 feet. So they're actually going to move over here. Yeah, every creature within 10 feet, and they don't really care. So every creature within 10 feet is going to need to roll a Dex saving throw, including the Burster and including Drowned Cannoneer.
God damn it.
Wow. That time, everybody's roll really sucked. That's the Burster's roll. What's the Cannoneer's roll? That is...
He's gonna get like a net... Weird.
However, that chain sweep, technically, it is... Ventress is still within the space, so... Let's just see what the saving throw looks like. Okay. And the chain sweep, on a failed saving throw, a creature takes 1d8 plus 4 and is not prone. On a successful save, the creature takes half as much damage and isn't knocked prone. So everybody that has failed is going to be knocked prone and is going to be dealt a total of 12 damage. Now, let's see what happens to the Drowned Burster. They're going to make a Constitution saving throw. Oh, boy, I don't think that's going to be high enough for... Yeah, that's not going to be high enough. So, the Drowned Burster is basically cut in half by the chain, and, of course, because it is a burster, each creature within 5 feet of it must make a Constitution saving throw. So that is
I already had to do it anyway. Oh, come on.
Vorn, if you could, Constitution saving throw.
Am I safe?
Are
Am I
you
doomed?
safe? Are you safe? That is a good question. So, half as much damage. Half of what damage? Half of 14. So
Oh my God.
You were dealt 7. And Blaze, you were dealt 14 damage. That you were at a 1, my friend. Do you only need to roll... I thought you need to roll concentration once per attack. Or once per damage.
Each time you take damage, yeah.
Yeah. So, let's see if you're able to keep your focus on what's going on. And of course, Ventress is going to have to do a Constitution save.
Wow, this is...
Well, oh boy. Okay. So, that means 2 things. Does that mean that your Fae goes away?
My Fae goes away. Shit. Oh. Nice knowing you guys.
Alright, so your Fae vanishes. Second thing that happens is because Ventress is technically part of the chain sweep, because it literally says every creature within 10 feet, and Ventress is within 10 feet, they ended up rolling an 8 on their concentration, and unfortunately that means that the darkness goes away. The 2E. Let me get rid of that whole line setup. And that is the turn for the Drowned Boson. It's burb time.
Yeah, I always forget about the bird.
Oh, by the way, I forgot that guy's dead.
I'm going to have it kind of come back to me and nest on my head to give myself the help action.
All right. So you give yourself the help action.
Correct.
All right. I guess we'll see what the result of that is when we get to your turn. In which case, Blaze, it is now your turn. Things are looking a little grimmer as you realize now that there is some pretty bad damage being done. And on top of that, there most certainly... by the way, question for you, Oscar.
Yeah.
Your saving throw on the chain sweep. That would have at least dealt some damage, and I see it says you're uninjured.
Yeah, okay, so I had 10 temp HP from Armor of Agathis, and I had 2 more left over from my Arcane Ward, so it did 12, so I have nothing left. Okay, so like the magical barrier you typically see around Oscar is completely gone for the first time.
It's because I can see the stats for your HP, but I can't see.
That is exactly why he shows uninjured. I had 10 from the Armor of Agathis, and I had 2 more left over from Arcane Ward, which made exactly 12.
Sure. Thank you for clarifying. Yep. So now it is Blaze's turn.
Yep. I am going to use a first level spell slot. Sonus Chorus or Healing Word on myself. 5. It's something. And considering the predicament I am, fuck it, go full YOLO. I'm gonna attack with my scimitar.
All right, go ahead and attack with scimitar.
Oh no.
So when you look upon this individual, to the size that they are, just how brutish they appear, one thing in particular you do notice is that they are completely, utterly shirtless, except for suspenders, and their shorts are basically just cloth cutoff. They don't have a lot of armor, but they do look definitely like a big boy. With that said, completely failing your, doing a critical miss on your attack with the scimitar, you find yourself stumbling as you try to sweep with the scimitar. It's just the imposing figure seems to really be, the imposing figure hovering over you is quite the thing to be facing down at this moment.
All right, that's the end of my turn.
That's your turn? All right, Oscar Coinmantle, it is your turn, my friend.
Do I do the safe thing or the crazy thing?
I'm gonna die anyway, so do the crazy thing.
The crazy thing is dangerous, but I'll do it. So Oscar, seeing the situation we're in, he's going to look at this fiendish guy in front of him as well as the guy behind him, and he's going to stroke his beard, and he's going to twirl his cane and point it at the big ogre guy in front of us, and he is going to cast Suggestion on him.
Okay.
So that's going to be a Wisdom saving throw from him.
Well, let's see what the results of that are. Let's go. That is an 8.
All right. So Oscar is going to suggest that he now grapples this person in front of me and protect Blaze and I from the bullets. And he basically wants him to just stand in front of him as he grapples this guy and do nothing.
Just try to grapple him and then...
Yeah, he wants him to grapple his own ally and just stand here. So Blaze and I basically have cover from the firing squad over here and do nothing.
So, the question is, I mean, technicality here. How would you say that to make it sound reasonable?
Yeah, sure thing. So Oscar points at him and says, "Well, a fine gentleman like self, give your friend over here a hug, and why don't you just stand here for a little bit until I don't know, until the sun comes up. Then you can leave."
The bosun is going to be like, "Is that a challenge? You think I can't do it? I will show you, little man."
Please, show me.
And that's basically what he is going to do. I believe that takes place on his turn.
Yeah, on his turn.
All right. It seems like it is successful. Let's see how it plays out. Anything else on your turn?
Nope, that's my turn.
Okay. In which case, back up to Egon. Egon, you realize that you may be in a mega doo-doo situation because you definitely do see a gun there, and while the gunner isn't at it, he's realizing that the darkness is gone and the Fae is gone. All right. What's the furthest distance you can? Oh, I can't hear you, by the way, Ducky.
Oh, whoops! I was talking when I was muted. So basically, I teleport 30 feet and then I run 40 feet.
Oh, good. Okay. I didn't want you to just ignore the elevation. Yeah. So you are able to do that and make it all the way over to him.
All right, we're gonna attack recklessly the first time over here. Wobbly wop.
Oh, that is a hit, my friend.
Big ol' 14.
Big ol' 14. Okay.
And then we're going to attack again.
That is another hit.
And do that. So that first one is 16 damage, and the second one is 9 damage.
Oh, the first one is 16 damage. Okay.
Yeah.
And the second one is 9 damage.
Correct the Mongol.
As you are laying down these strikes, you manage to actually chop off one of the arms of this drowned minigunner, and he begins to actually embody the face of his token. As he does that, or as you do that, is there anything else you wish to do? Is that take up?
No,
your turn?
I spent every resource to get here, so I'm good.
Okay, good.
I think you have 10 more feet of movement.
Closing the gap.
40 feet as a barbarian?
Yeah, I already did to make it here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, everything that is possible. So Ventress is here. Ventress is not here. I don't play the characters if they're not here. I just hold their concentration if they do that. So we're gonna go to the drowned minigunner. That is now the drowned minigunner's turn. Conflicted, as it were. But before we figure out what the drowned minigunner is doing, the monkey is going to be freaking out and is going to do a D12 roll to see. Not smart enough to get behind the gun and start firing, but smart enough to leap from the gun and begin biting you, Egon. So they are going to bite you once, but that is going to fail.
Stupid little monkey, can't touch me.
The drowned minigunner, of course, you're too close for the gun, so there's no way that he's going to be able to turn around and use that gun. He's going to take his rusted longsword, and he is going to slash twice upon you. That is first. That is second. What is your armor class total? Is that 15?
They both hit.
Okay, so they do both hit. The first attack is a 5. Oh dear. What is that second attack? And again, because Foundry is Foundry, I have to do an attack roll so that the damage shows up. The second attack is 4, so reduced because of your rage.
Big
Half.
ol' 9 HP left.
All right, and that is its attack. I think it is going to.
I also
Yeah.
succeeded. DC 12 looks like twice.
Yeah, you'll have to do that.
Let me just see if I get any thingamabobs here with it, just in case. That's just a con save throw.
It is con saving throw. Yep.
Oh no, just deck stuff. Okay, cool.
Okay, so yeah, roll both of them.
Uno numero 1. And uno, dos, tres.
All right. You feel fine. The drowned minigunner, however, is going to sort of panic and decide that he wants to try desperately. Maybe the gun will help him fight off this big ol' Loxodon. So he's actually going to take the risk of an attack of opportunity. So feel free to make that strike. I'll let you know this person is wearing no armor, and it is in fact a 10 AC.
Oh, dope.
So feel free to strike.
9 damage.
9 damage. Okay. You make them stumble, and they are near death, but they are basically going to crawl up on the gun and behind the gun. And they are actually finally going to make some sort of action with the gun, but it's going to be at disadvantage because you were literally right there. Thinking. No, that's not part of their multi-attack. Okay, they're just on the gun. They're not firing it. All right, that's going to be the end of his turn. In which case, we're going to move it forward to Vorn.
I'll move to this one. But instead of attacking it with my sword, I'm going to push him down.
Okay, so you're going to shove him down the cliff. It's about 10 feet down, so it's not too far, but you're going to give yourself some distance from your opponent that way.
You? Do I need to do a strength check or a...
Yeah, it's basically like it's a push. What does pushes usually do? D&D push. Shove action. Shove is acrobatics, or I'm sorry, athletics.
That works.
And then against it, they need to roll athletics or acrobatics. They're more acrobatic, believe it or not. They're going to stay in place.
Oh, damn.
So, doesn't quite work.
I guess because of that, I can't really attack, can I?
Shove. You can. Is this only one of your attacks? Do you have more than one attack?
Extra attack, but...
Yep, so it says when you use the attack action on your turn, you can use one of your attacks to shove a creature. So that means you can use your other attack to attack.
Oh, can I shove him again, or
It says technically you can only use one of your attacks to shove, so I'm gonna stick with that rule. Yeah.
Oh, longsword it is then. The plan didn't work out.
18 is a hit. And that is going to be total 10, correct?
Yep.
All right. As your sword cuts through, almost cutting through the middle of its body, it's staggering and it does not seem to have a whole lot of stability left in its corporeal form. And is that going to make your turn, Vorn?
Yep.
All right. This does mean that we do return to the Drowned Boson. The Drowned Boson being the son of a bitch that he is. First thing that he is actually going to try to do, he's going to see if he could potentially recharge his ability. That's a failure. And the thing is that he has ever the ability to do his chain sweep, and he is going to do it. So once again, I need those within a 10-foot radius around him.
The suggestion
Oh
doesn't work on
yeah, I
him?
forgot about that. You're right. Thank you very much for reminding me.
No problem.
He's gonna move over, and he is going to try to hug it out with his buddy. That's gonna be athletics 14. His buddy is gonna be very confused, and we'll try to resist the hug. Resisting the hug, but that will make for basically his turn. Easy peasy. And thank you for the reminder. If I am goldfish brain, I do apologize.
All good.
All right. And we are to Burb.
Bird is still hanging out with Oscar. He basically wants to try to protect him, as I am still in a vulnerable position. It's doing the exact same thing, but that's all the Raven is doing.
Excellent. Reminder to everybody. We are at 9 p.m. Central, 10 p.m. Eastern. Just making sure I'm conscientious of everybody's time. Is this a required ending time for everybody here? Yes, no?
I'm good to keep going.
You're good to keep going? Okay. Anybody else need to stop for any reason? Okay, cool. Let me go ahead and just barrel forth through the rest of these turns, and we'll see what happens. It is Blaze's turn.
All right. So,
Oh, by the way, it should be mentioned that Masters 8, at some point in the past, you must have recorded it then.
Thank you, Bala. So, so I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be smarter this time and first level cauterize myself.
Okay.
Cause I put myself for 9. All right, that's a little bit better.
All right. Excellent. So you are a little bit more repaired. Is that going to make for your action?
Yeah, and yeah, that's gonna be the end of my turn.
Okay. All right. Which case, Oscar Coinmantle. Your suggestion is taking hold.
Okay, perfect. Oscar's going to help out his elephant friend. What's my spells looking like? Okay, I'm still pretty good. So that thing is near death, and the monkey is uninjured. But this thing is a zombie. I don't know how much HP it has. Oscar is going to cast. What's the range? Yes, it is. Okay. Oscar's going to cast Magic Missile because it has 120 feet range.
All right.
He is going to cast this at 2nd level.
Okay.
Throw in 3 missiles into the zombie, trying to make sure it's dead, and 1 into the monkey. Because I have to clarify how many are going to what, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Then I'm going to do, 3 into the zombie and then 1 into the monkey to try to help out my elephant friend over there.
All right. So the Undead Fortitude, first and foremost, what is the saving throw of the Undead Fortitude? Well, the first one's going to succeed pretty effectively. However, you laid 3 down. So let's just see. I'm going to say based upon the damage. What is... Yeah, so that's...
Max damage again.
Max damage again. DC of 5 plus the damage taken.
So you have to do that 3 times if it keeps stacking up.
So that was a Constitution saving throw of 10, and the DC was 10.
Wouldn't it be because the first one was the crit? So didn't that one pass, and then this is the second one? So would the DC be 15 for the second missile?
If the damage reduces the drowned blade to 0 hit points, which it does here, it must make a Constitution saving throw. Yeah, I guess that's the question of do the missiles all strike at the same time? They all strike simultaneously. Okay, got it. I'm an idiot. They all strike simultaneously. So the collective damage of the 3 is it 5 per missile?
It is 5 per missile.
Okay. Well, yeah, then they fail, which means they die, which means what does this look like?
So as Oscar is now looking at his ogre friend, he says, "Excuse me, sir. Need to handle some business over there." And he pushes up his glasses and kind of squints over there, and he says it, but the elephant won't hear him, but he's, "I got your back, friend." And he kind of points his cane and kind of shoots it off 4 missiles that go streaking across the skies that actually look like coins. And 3 of them hit that zombie, 1 in each eye, and then 1 kind of through the mouth. And then 1 more kind of goes right past the tusk of the barbarian and into the monkey for an extra 5 damage into that.
All right. In which case, your coin magic missiles pierce right through the eyes and into the brain, 1 out the back of the mouth, breaking through the spine, and he collapses, his body leaning up against the gun as he is dead skis. And the final one strikes into the monkey, and the monkey sustains your 5 damage, but is still up.
Yeah, you see Oscar kind of put his cane back and place it on the ground and blow some smoke off of it beforehand, and that's his turn.
Excellent. All right, top of the order again, Egon.
Just give you a little quick little shimmy over here. Oh no, I can't. I guess I'll just stay here then.
Oh, hold on a sec. There's okay, so there's some funky things that I did with the map in terms of walls. So
I can just go through
let me clear that stuff. So you move to the other side of the monkey.
Yeah. I prefer his backside.
All right.
All right, I'm going to kill him.
15. 15's going to hit.
14.
14. What does this look like as you bring your weapon down on the poor undead monkey?
Basically, I'm just gonna use the end of the halberd to kind of poke a hole through him, and then just menacingly just slow elephant walk over him, and then I'm gonna take my foot. I'm gonna smash down like it's a bug and do a little twist squish. Egon don't like monkey.
You feel a satisfying, cathartic crunch underneath your foot as you position it left and right, and you can feel whatever remains of its body just digging into the dirt. And you, my friend, are monkeyless.
And I am Gatling fired. Can I shoot the Gatling gun at the green little zombie there?
Here's the dealio. This is a very exotic weapon. This is not your.
I was gonna smash it then.
I mean, you can.
That sounds more barbarian. Anyway.
You can fire it, or you can smash it. So if you want to try smashing it, you can.
I'm gonna smash it.
All right, so go ahead and roll. Roll attack and damage. Right, so it's not going anywhere. It's 11. You hit it.
16.
Right. You bring it down. You basically break off the part of it that has the reticle, and you end up bending up one of the barrels.
Good. And then I will move here, and then I will teleport my ass right back up there. If I could.
Oh, you did it.
All right, I'm done.
Excellent. Ventress is standing by, and then we have Vorn.
Might as well try and finish him off then.
All right, give it a go.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh no!
Well,
That is
I
a
think I have an
failure of
extra
your.
attack.
Yep, you do.
Oh boy.
For as low AC as a lot of these dudes are, this is not successful.
Damn it.
This drowned Rotclaw remains at your side. And that's your turn.
Well, it depends. How does like innate spell casting work?
Depends upon your particular
Mostly his race.
correct. So as your particular race, you have, let's see, your innate spell casting, Drow magic. You know Dancing Lights cantrip when you use 3rd level, Fairy Fire. You reach 5th level, regain the ability. That's a casting of spells is an action.
Oh. Alright, so I can't do it yet.
Correct.
Oh wait then.
All right. In which case, that is the end of that. Also, my good friend Carney Sideshow is rating with a party of 24. Thank you very much, Carney Sideshow, and hello,
Thank
Raiders.
you.
Thank you for popping into tonight's session as we are fighting a number of undead pirates upon the Thundering Isle, and after vanquishing the troop protecting this now undefended Gatling gun, they are now taking on the Drowned Boson. So everybody, make sure to check out good old. Oh wait, I typed it in wrong. That's not good for me. Carney Sideshow. Not Carney said. Carney said so. Carney Sideshow. There we go. Everybody be sure to check out Carney Sideshow. Support your fellow Twitch streamers. So that was Vorn's turn, and now it is time for the Drowned Boson to go. The Drowned Boson is still under the spell of the suggestion and is still going to make his own attempt to, hug it out with his buddy.
I figured he would have a crazier strength.
That's a failure. So they're hugging it out, and it means the Drowned Cannoneer is unable to make any sort of move. Now the thing is that these are undead pirates, but they're not mindless. The Rotclaw kind of realizes a little bit what's going on here, and I think what they're going to try to do is they're going to risk an attack of opportunity from Vorn to move this way. So Vorn, roll your attack of opportunity. That's going to be a failure, unfortunately. And the Drowned Rotclaw is going to use its unarmed strikes to try to get the bosun back on track here. 10 is not going to do it for its first attempt. 11 hits exactly for the AC. And so in terms of suggestion...
Suggestion is only when an ally damages them. Per the wording of suggestion.
Per the wording of suggestion...
If you or any of your companions damage the target, the spell ends.
The session can be completed shorter time. Session must be worded asking course of action describe best ability. The spell ends subject to specified conditions. Might suggest if the condition isn't met before, spell expires. If you or any of your companions damage the target, ooh, you're right. So basically,
If you think he's smart enough, the best option would probably be to attack me to break concentration, if he would understand that.
I would say his first, because he's got 3 attacks. One attack failed, the second attack succeeded, but it's not going to do anything. So at this point, he realizes that, it's somebody else that he needs to try to strike in order to make this thing go away. So that is going to bring us to them looking over to you, and they're going to walk up to you, and they're going to try to swing their arm with their last attempt at a strike. That is a 17.
As he does that, Oscar's glasses just kind of flash with a white light as he's going to cast shield, and this giant lock just appears in front of him to block this attack, making his AC 18.
Got it. So you are going to block that attack, and you're going to leave this Drowned Rock Claw without any sort of recourse, and that is going to basically resume the turn. We have 1 Drowned Boson, 1 grappled Cannoneer, and 1 Rock Claw who was unable to break the spell, which brings it...
Could use some help here, guys. This 3v1's not cool.
It's going to bring it to the Raven. Raven's going to be doing the same thing, assisting you where possible.
No. The
Okay.
Raven is going to go over to Vorn to assist him because he is not having a good time. And at this point, Oscar is going to try to get the hell out of here.
All right, in which case, do what you can.
Yeah, it's just behind me, so I can't move it.
Oh.
There we go. I got it. Yeah. So it's going to go over to Vorn, give him advantage on his next roll, and that's what the Raven's doing.
Is the Raven susceptible to opportunity attacks?
That is a good question. It's a familiar, so if they would to understand to attack this like familiar, then yeah, it would be.
If it's, if it's allied, if it's in any way, shape, or form allied, it's been on your shoulder the whole time. I would rationalize that they would be smart enough. So let's do 1 attack. Let's just see what happens. 17.
Well, that would hit it, but it has 10 HP.
Okay.
Wait, no, that's not right. Familiars should only have 1, I believe. I believe so. D&D.
If it has 10 HP, it's because that's what anytime you make an NPC that in Foundry, it
they only have
starts
1
out.
HP.
Okay.
Yeah, I was right. It's 1 HP.
So it just swipes the bird out of the air, and you just see a puff of feathers, as it is no longer in the initiative.
Okay.
So let me remove combatants. And then that means we're moving it on to Blaze.
All right.
Real quickly, I just want to, just so Matt knows, whenever I use like an abjuration spell like Shield, I do get a little bit more of my Arcane Barrier back. But yeah, just wanted to throw that out so you knew that.
Gotcha. That's your Arcane Ward.
Yeah, my Arcane Ward recharges when I use his abjuration spells.
Gotcha. All right. In which case, that ends that. And Blaze, it is your turn, my friend.
All right. So I'm just gonna swing at this one. Second, I'm swinging.
So
We swing.
cutting in with the scimitar, that's going to be below its armor class. Unfortunately, you are not able to strike.
I figured.
Sad day indeed.
Indeed. That will be the end of my turn.
Are you completely out of spells, my friend?
Oh, I gotta save him though.
Okay, understood. Which means we return to Oscar. The suggestion is still taking place, but you are being assaulted.
Yeah, that's exactly why he is going to disengage. 5. 10, 15, 20, 25. I'm just gonna come over to Vorn, just kind of like, should really get in there. I think they'd love to meet you.
I will.
Don't really have a bonus action. That's just gonna be my turn to get out of danger.
All right. In which case, that is your turn.
Yeah, I can only move 25 feet as a dwarf. Yep. And
Back to the top of the order. It is Loxodon time. Egon, you rush forward with your barbarian rage. You lay down the hurt with a 26. Doing
Ducky,
five damage, which is
Okay.
one less than 0, unfortunately. So it's at 1 hit point. Unless it's more than 5, but
It's actually 7, yeah.
it's actually 7. Okay, in which case, they do, in fact, need to make their Constitution saving throw, which is DC of 5 plus the damage taken. So, in which case, 5 plus 7 is 12. They got to be 12. They beat a 12, so they're at 1 hit point. Lay down the attack again. Attack roll.
11.
9 damage. So that is going to be 5 plus 9. Or 11, sorry. So 5 plus 11 is going to be 16. They got to be 16. And they do beat a 16. They're still up.
Here.
This Rockclaw has been beaten left and right and is just not going down, my friend.
Bonus action teleport away. That's my turn.
All right. In which case, Ventress, of course, Ventress had to leave, so we are upon Vorn.
All right. Well, time to cast darkness around the big guy.
All right, so darkness around the big guy.
And Vaughn will pretty much walk in.
That's right, because you have blind sight. And blind sight, of course, means that you can fight without seeing. And all darkness does is prevent sight. So, hooray for you, my friend. When you are in your character sheet and you trigger it, you're usually able to lay it down on a particular spot. There we go. Sweet. That is to say, Blaze, you are suddenly concealed in blackness. However, you feel somebody familiar brush by you as Vorn comes in with his blind fighting.
And I believe that will be it. Since
Blind
I
sight
can't
of 10
fight
feet.
Back, right? I mean, it is an action.
Yeah, that was an action. You don't have a bonus action for an attack at this time. So
Oh wait, I actually have action surge.
You do? Well, there you go. Use up your action surge, my friend.
Oh wait, no, it was already used.
Okay. All right. In which case, that's the end of your turn.
Yep.
All right. Well, the Drowned Boson, is continuing to give his buddy a good long hug. So let's just see how this plays out again. That's once again, the grapple was staying true. That is athletics v athletics, my friend. Oh, the Cannoneer is finally able to get away. And the Cannoneer decides to try to run away. 1, 2, 3. Turns around and realizes that everything is completely in the black and has no idea what to make of heads or tails.
Opportunity?
You do. So go ahead and do that. You can see them, but they can't see you. I do believe because they are essentially blind,
yeah.
you do get advantage.
Yep.
Yes. So
Blind fighting.
Yeah, blind fighting can be pretty OP when used correctly. 13. That does hit.
Ooh, that's good. Oh, just 5 damage though. Crap.
All right, so
Oh,
dealing 5 damage total, my good friend. So moved 1, 2, 3 is generally going to realize that they've been struck by something. So they figure that they're going to go 1, 2, and very tentatively use the blunderbuss again to do the scattering shot, which is going to mean that Basically, the Drowned Boson, the Rotclaw, Blaze, and Vorn, all of you are gonna take it or make a dexterity saving throw. He's just like scattershot. Has no idea who's there, but somebody's there, so he's gonna shoot into it.
Oh crap!
So I
Oh,
would
there you
argue could we not have advantage on it? Because know where he's aiming.
I mean, could you repeat that?
Well, the whole thing is darkness. So if he were to get hit and then turn his butt right back around and go into it, and then try and fire, even at a cone, I would argue that maybe perhaps they would have advantage for that.
That the Drowned Cannoneer would, or would they would have advantage for their dexterity saving throws?
Your green guy, the little green guy, and Vorn.
I would say Vorn would, but everybody else is also blind. So he's shooting blind, but the Boson and the green guy and Blaze are also blind. Again, maybe I'm mishearing. Are you saying that I should have advantage, or are you saying that
No,
Vorn should
definitely
have? Okay. So he's shooting blindly, but everyone except Vorn is also blind. So I would argue that cancels out for everyone except Vorn, and Vorn has advantage.
All right, it's been good knowing you boys.
50 for me.
And-
DC.
So Vorn got a 15, and I believe that's going to succeed. Yeah, that's going to exactly succeed. So let me actually roll the dex saving throws for. I'm gonna say whatever. And then
This kills the Rotclaw, I swear.
Okay, so in which case that was only a total of 2 damage. So it's 2 damage to anybody who failed, 1 damage to anybody who succeeded. So you only get dealt 1 damage for it. The Rotclaw, let's see, they'd have to really suck at their next Constitution saving throw, which they don't, so they're still up. And the Drowned Boson is dealt a couple damage, so it's whatever. Okay, so that's their turn, and the Rotclaw is of course blind, has not really any idea of what's going on. The Rotclaw is going to step back to try, it's going to move away, but of course that I do believe. Did you already get an attack of opportunity there, Vorn? I think you already did.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe I also need to do a concentration save.
For the darkness. You will need to make a concentration save. You are correct.
Now I had to roll a Constitution for that, right?
Yep. It's only one damage worth. So, it shouldn't be too hard unless you really roll badly. You really roll badly. The darkness is gone. It's vanished. The Drowned Rotclaw has stepped back, but now he sees Blaze. And now he's going to bring his unarmed strikes down upon Blaze.
That hits.
That hits. It's 4 damage.
All right.
That's a second attack. 13, does that hit?
13 does not hit.
All right. 18.
18 does hit.
All right, so that's a 4 bludgeoning and 5 bludgeoning.
Was that 3 attacks?
That
Yeah.
was 3 attacks. One of them failed.
All right, give me a second. Doing this, I'm gonna fail and get blue rot. Just 1.
From 1. You do not get blue rot. However, it's a little annoying to you that, of course, you're right on the edge of unconsciousness, and it looks like this thing could just topple over, but it's just not toppling over.
On the edge of unconsciousness again.
Yes, that is correct. So that's gonna make for their turn. It's now your turn, Blaze.
Oh yeah, with the rifle vengeance of the living flame, I am going to strike him down with my scimitar.
Okay. Strike strong and strike hard.
I am inspiration using that shit. I do not care. This level of
Okay. Use your inspo. Use your inspo, my friend.
I am angry. 12 hit.
No, it's a 13 you're supposed to hit.
I
I know. I'm so sorry, my friend. Or am I sorry?
That's the end of my turn. I am.
All right, Oscar, you're seeing all sorts of just flailing about happening. It's a mosh pit worth of just crazy flailing of blades and stuff. Actually, no, it's dark for a chunk of it, so you're not able to see it. But then it's as if somebody turned on the light in the middle of a mosh pit.
Oscar just sighs at the incompetence that he's witnessing right now. And he is going to target the one that's near death with a mind sliver.
All right.
So I need an intelligence saving throw from him.
Oh my goodness. That's some big brain strategy there with a -4 to its intelligence. That is a
9 psychic damage.
9 psychic damage. So, again, let's see what it is. It is 5 plus 9. And that is not a success for it, my friend. What does this look like as the Rot Claw is finally downed?
So Oscar kind of adjusts his hat, and as he pushes up his glasses, the head just honestly explodes with this Rot Claw.
All right, with this raspy, terrible gasp of a roar, you see as just chunks of skull and brain fly everywhere as its head explodes, and it is dead, double dead.
Now, I believe our good friend is going to chase our other good friend until morning. We can either take this opportunity to let them have a play date or finish them off. Some of you guys ain't looking too good, if you ask me, though. But
all right, so
I'm still quite clean.
Yeah, as a basically as a poll for all of the players, because you have the Drowned Boson who is under the spell of suggestion, of which is being continuously channeled, or that is being upheld, and then you do have the Drowned Cannoneer, who of course just spent its ammunition, and has to try to escape the Drowned Boson as the Drowned Boson chases it around and tries to hug him. Does this sound like a potential opportunity for you to just step away from the battle and watch these two go at it?
Yes.
I'm getting the treasure.
I do have one quick question, just because the way I worded suggestion, I have no idea what time it is. I wanted them to stay here for a long period of time that was simple, so I just said until the sun comes up. Would I know about how long that would be from right now?
Well, you've arrived here at the dead of night. I would argue you are looking at, you're at I think with the time you spent here, you're 2 o'clock in the morning.
That's perfectly fine. Just a couple of hours sounds good enough.
You right have a few hours, yeah.
That sounds good enough for right now.
And so you watch in almost comedic cartoon fashion as one begins to chase around the other. As they just continue to do so.
See, as they're running away, Oscar takes off his glasses and pulls out a handkerchief and starts cleaning them. Now,
give me a hug, damn you! Come here, little guy. Come here. I want to hug you.
I think they'll go until we got a couple of hours left.
I'm gonna give you a big squeeze.
Oh, you almost got him over there. I love some good entertainment.
No, get away from me. I want to hug you. Yes, I'm gonna squeeze you so tight that your bones break. And they're just gonna go around in circles. So at this moment in time, you find yourself again on the island, except you have essentially showed up these pirates, and you have vanquished the bosun. For a moment of time, I'm gonna allow everybody to do a perception check if they may.
All right. Of course.
There's been so many nat ones this session. It's kind of disgusting.
Yeah, it really.
There's so many nat ones.
This is just the bully player session. I Foundry.
I guess so.
I'm doing just fine.
So hey,
So many ones.
of those that have rolled, Egon is pretty much going to be the one closest to determining. The ship has sort of sailed off and kind of in a circle to come back to sort of see what the results of everything are. And you noticed somebody in the crow's nest with a spyglass is peering down, and they clearly notice the shenanigans, the chicanery that is happening between the drowned bosun and the cannoneer. And you actually hear Egon as one with a raspy voice yells down upon the deck. And there's a bit of, it's all silhouettes, but it's a bit of movement on the deck itself. And there seems to be some level of discussion. But then soon you notice that there is, whereas you notice that there is a pirate flag on the mast, you notice it beginning to be brought down for a moment. And you notice a different flag being brought back up on the ship. It's not a white flag. As a matter of fact, in the particular customs, you would not see a white flag. Egon, I want you to roll a knowledge check, particularly a history check. And that is going to be a total of, that's going to be just a 9. It's strange to you because you notice that it actually is the same flag that came up, but their pirate flag is upside down. And you wonder what this means. You're not familiar with the customs of nautical, of anything nautical, or necessarily anything having to do with controlling a sea ship on the high seas, or what what sort of signaling or whatever a particular flag going up or flag being turned upside down means. In this particular case, the least that you know is that your actions on this island and your ability to fend off their attacks has prompted some sort of unique response from them. And for the moments onward, you don't hear any cannon fire. You don't necessarily hear any yelling either. So to the best of your ability, Egon, that you're unsure whether to prepare yourself for something worse or to prepare yourself for the end of hostilities with the Howling Reaper.
Just Dumbo didn't put flag on correctly, that's all.
And so, how are you going to relay this to everybody else by chance, or are you going to?
No, with a 9, I wouldn't even remotely. Like, I know what it means in real life, but Egan doesn't. So.
Right. In this particular case, as the ship hangs there, all of you pretty much notice as the fog completely parts way around the ship, and you actually get to see the ship from a more prominent angle, and it is this glowing green, ghastly ship of sorts. And the captain stands before you. And this is going to be an opportunity for anybody who is insightful enough. I imagine Oscar is going to be somebody who's most knowledgeable in this space. Roll. You get a hunch for something, Oscar. Roll an Arcana check if you could. $15. So, based upon that 15, I'm also looking for the appropriate art because I realize it's not a thing in Foundry, so let me add it really quick. You notice that, of course, the individual that you are staring at is clearly the captain. They are standing at the side of the ship. You can all see clear as day that they are standing there as if prepared to hail you. But looking upon her attire and looking upon her features, you get a hunch that allows you to sort of rack your brain and think about and sort of judge based upon her appearance something additional about her nature. And while it wasn't included in any of your briefings, because of how she is dressed, certain certain symbolism in her clothing and the complexion, she does not of course it makes sense that she wouldn't be living because it's an undead pirate ship. But when you pair those things together, you do realize what form of undead she is. She is, as a matter of fact, a vampire.
Interesting.
And she, as I provide the photo, what she looks like, and show it to everyone. Boop, boop, boop. This is what she looks like. And as she stands there and gestures up at the flag, she goes ahead and she says, from across the way, I'd say about a 60 feet distance from the edge of the shore, she goes ahead and says, "Very well. You have compelled me to a parley. What is it that you are doing upon the side?"
Oh.
Yes, I'm sorry. My gap between me speaking and stuff. So I'm just going to put her there as a representation. She's going to go ahead and say, "What exactly do you plan on doing with those chests?"
Oh, that's no way to start a business transaction. Why don't you tell us your name?
She is going to do a little bit of a... Oh, yeah. Based upon everything she's seen, and this initial interaction. She's going to tip her head up, and she's going to say, "You would know my name, otherwise you wouldn't have been brought here."
Just manners asks a lovely lady their names, that's all.
I don't know your names. And I don't care all that much. What I care is what exactly do you plan on doing with those?
Oscar, I guess, hearing that, will just kind of shrug. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. I guess it depends on exactly what we find in them.
Perhaps I should reword. Just how much of a price does someone like Slog Dumock hope to pay you for what is potentially in those chests? Because it seems to me, just like every other gold mercer that's tried to creep onto this island, some of which I've already had the pleasure of interrogating, you are bound to get paid far less than what's actually in the chests.
Why don't we be quite clear? What are you proposing? You want to pay us more than Slug? Is that it?
Payment?
Yes, payment.
I still have more questions. Most notably, what is it that Slog has over you? Is it a debt just like everyone else?
Oscar would chuckle to himself a little bit. Well, it seems like my reputation does not follow me everywhere. Let's just say, me and him struck a deal. He scratched my back, I scratch his.
And how much of scratching his hairy back do you think that's worth?
Really depends on how much you got before we can discuss conversations like that. And you see, I'm a businessman. Why don't we actually handle some business properly? This is no place to talk currency.
The way I see it, while I've been able to simply send infantry at you, I do have all of my cannons bearing down upon this island. It would be unfortunate for me to lose all of the hard work of the treasure that you've managed to gather thus far. However, I'm more than happy to lay down a full barrage upon each of you and upon the entire island, if it means that the sleazy and swindling presence of Slog Dumock comes nowhere near the treasure. So, let me be clear. I need you to convince me why I should not do that.
Is there the ship that Ventress threw the cannonball back at present?
That is that ship.
How much damage did that do? Out of curiosity.
It did 18 damage worth of a cannonball strike into the hull.
I guess visually, like, does the ship look?
You can see. I mean, the
or?
thing is like this ship is worn and torn. There's whole planks and chunks of the ship that are gone, but it is still a floating ghost ship, because that is how ghost ships work. They float despite the integrity of the ship's hull. In some cases, you I guess you've noticed that they've patched up the hole to some degree, but it is you can definitely see the hole.
Okay. One more question. I don't remember the amount that we were promised for this at all. So I don't remember the numbers that we are dealing with, to be honest.
Flat out, the thing is that, and to be clear with everybody out of character, your deal with Slag du Manque, for the majority of you, it's repaying of a debt. But of course, repaying of the debt, knowing that you are free to requisition equipment, and that after that debt is completed, any job that you persist to perform is basically just net earnings for you. For this particular, for you, now, your background is a slightly different, where you've taken a voluntary impressment. Basically, you have essentially become someone who is a part of this troop, but without incurring a debt. You are in a different position from all of your compatriots, and of course Egon is not involved in any of this stuff. Egon is probably more confused than anybody, but in terms of what the payment is, you are basically the only person that would stand to get any money from Slog for this, and everybody else would just have it towards their debt. The amount, I gotta be honest, that's something I'm gonna have to review the VOD for.
Okay.
But it's somewhere in the low thousands of gold.
Okay. So I guess I as a person would want to act a bit out of character for the other players, because this could potentially be a major decision, and I don't want Oscar to just completely overrule what other people do, especially like Ventress. That could also be interested on what their thoughts on of this before Oscar keeps on talking. So if Squigs and Orgaff, God, why did I think Orgaff? Phoenix V had any thoughts before I keep talking, now's the perfect time to let me know.
I mean, Warren would just be confused. Like he said to Blaze, he's going like, is she flirting with us?
To be told, I don't know. She seems like the one that wants to kill us, but
That's usually the same thing for my people.
what a coincidence. So is mine.
We need a drink. Wait,
Okay, I see where this is going then.
is she saying that we could buy 2 taverns, maybe all the taverns with that gold? Is that what she's trying to say?
Yeah, she said you can do that. But I'm pretty sure Mr. Bugbear, boss, would not be happy. And most likely would be out of the gallows again. Between you and me, you're not gonna be able to do that well.
Fair enough. So what do we do?
I don't know. The truth be told, considering what her men done, I'd say fuck it. Grab the treasure, get the fuck out.
So, in this particular parlay, you've been given basically the situation where if you try to run, she will try to bombard the island and prevent everybody, including the treasure, from leaving the island. Potentially losing the treasure. That is a risk that she is more than willing to take. That should tell you something. The other option is continuing to continuing to parlay, but essentially give yourselves up in order to do so on the ship. But you would be basically giving yourselves up to the brig.
So we either try to run with what we have, try to strike a deal, or give ourselves up, lose all the treasure, and be taken on their ship. Well,
when I say, in terms of striking a deal, that's if you have anything you feel you can offer to her or convince her, you can. But essentially, the only two options she's clearly giving you is although this. I'm sort of shortcutting here over some dialogue that maybe I could have said, but basically the two options she's giving you is give up to the brig. That doesn't mean that you're like forever prisoners and are giving everything up. She's basically saying, I will parlay with you, but you're going to be prisoner first and foremost, and we're going to get away, we're going to talk business after you're on the ship. I don't trust you freely walking on my ship. It's either that or you try to run away.
Geez, just looking at your guys' HP, that does not look like a good idea.
Yeah.
I guess.
How many chests do we have right now?
Two.
Just
You have two chests.
two?
Yeah.
You don't know what's in any of them.
We do not. We do not at all. I rather leave this up to like a majority, just because Oscar does not want to be prisoner, and he is, for the most part, a man of his word, and does not want to betray Slog. So I'm also uninjured, so he would prefer to run.
I'll say this. I don't want to give too much away, but it stands to reason that the bosun having taken you prisoner and her wanting to parlay with you, but basically on the condition that you be prisoner, are two different things. The whole thing is like, you've impressed her, and she is going to parlay with you, but she doesn't want you freely walking on the ship. So she's going to be doing it within, she's going to basically be having somebody as a representative who is free, and then everybody else will be in the brig until they can figure out what the deal is.
Okay. We wanted to get on the ship anyways.
One thing, Matt, mind if Blaze says something to her?
Sure.
Of course.
Let's be like, all right, Miss Pirate Captain Lady, I don't know. Quick question. Do you have booze on your ship?
We'll see what is what.
No. Do you have booze or not?
She looks up in the air and she sort of puts her finger on her chin and thinks over it. She looks over, she nods to somebody. Somebody brings up the torch and brings it close to the wick of one of the cannons.
I think she answered your question. Doesn't sound like there's much of a choice with your guys' state. I'm always down for a business deal. I'll hear what you have to say.
Gotcha. And of course, yes, out of character as a DM, just for the sake of time, I'm skipping a bunch of dialogue just to tell you what the terms were, So, is your answer that you are going to parlay on the ship to speak further?
Yeah. It gets us on the ship, and I know our overall goal was to try to commandeer this ship.
Mm-hmm.
We have two people very injured, so getting away is definitely not a high probability. So So yeah, that does seem like overall the best case scenario, the best option.
All right. In which case, what is it that you say to confirm the deal?
Oscar will take his hat off and sort of do a formal bow. We'll get on your ship and let's just say we can talk business there, and we'll show you what we found.
She raises her head, and you see a little bit of a sliver of a smirk. And she gestures over towards the crew. And they basically send a rowboat. And she goes, and as she stands there, she says, to make this as painless for yourself and myself, I would suggest that you lay down your weapons now.
Oscar kind of just says, fresh out, man. Don't carry any.
I don't want to drop weapon.
You'll be fine, big guy. You'll be picking up a new one soon enough.
But they're mine.
And they'll continue to be yours.
As you say this out loud, it's going to be enough to be within hearing, because she's not entirely that far away. She is going to say, the quartermaster will hold on to your weapons until we can figure out some sort of arrangement.
Oh, do you have quartermaster? I come along. I have so much to talk about. So many weapons to upgrade.
She blinks for the first time since she is engaged with you, and she says, very well.
Take me. I part crew now. Let's go.
All right. So in which case, each of you lay down your arms within the confidence of your initial agreement. The crew comes upon the island, and they passively, without weapons drawn, inspect to make sure that you've each deposited your weapons, and they pick them up, gather them, and they basically walk amongst you and gesture for you to head towards one of the two rowboats that have docked to the south here. And Ariane Featherlight is going to end it by saying, I'll send for the bosun later.
I appreciate your hospitality.
And with that, it means that the next session, whenever that is, whether it be next week, Tuesday, or it be a future time, will begin on the ship, the Howling Reaper. And most of you will be beginning, just for safety purposes, in the brig. However, this is going to end it for today's session. And so, the Gallows Humor is on the next step of their journey, now beginning to parlay with the captain of the Howling Reaper. With that said, that wraps everything up. So I want to thank everybody for viewing tonight's stream and tonight's game. And I hope everybody has felt satisfied with their revisit into the Sea of TUNVAL under the Gallows Humor. This has been Dr. Swiggums playing as Blaze.
Miss my booze, man.
Synthetic Ducky playing as Egon.
Hello, friends. I become pirate now.
Phoenix V playing as Vorn.
Ugh, we need booze. Please.
Black Man Inc. playing as Oscar.
This suit is still clean.
It's still clean. You did not sustain any damage. That is it's fresh and clean suit.
It was still exactly, the exact amount.
Yeah. And then finally Limbit playing as Ventress, who had to leave early, but had sustained and experienced quite an epic maneuver this session. So we are going to spin down the stream. Again, I want to thank everybody for watching. This was part of Project Aurora. Again, in the chat, there is a link to a Discord. Project Aurora is a universe, or is a living universe setting with many different campaigns, and all of those campaigns take place in one collective universe. So, also, a couple things. One, is your sorry, hey Ducky, is your Twitch stream under literally Synthetic Ducky?
Yeah, why?
Oh, because I was basically just doing shout out. Is that how you spell it, by the way, in chat?
Synthetic Ducky?
Synthetic Ducky.
I'm not seeing it on my end.
Oh, weird. Is it just not showing up?
Yeah, that you linked the correct one.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So, anybody tuning in, please check out Synthetic Ducky and his stream. Also a DM who has a campaign in Project Aurora. And tell us when you stream your game, my friend.
Yeah, I'll try to remember that.
Has it been a while since you streamed?
No, it's just I just forget I can put the link in PA and then hit the send button. I just go live and it's like, hey, here we go.
that's all right. Hey, anybody that checks out Synthetic Ducky's Twitch channel will be able to basically see when, and follow will be able to see when that goes live. Trying to think if anybody else has anything that is shout-outable. In any case, it has been a pleasure and a privilege, and I, Chaotic and Writer, will see y'all in the next episode. I will join y'all in chat in just a moment. I'm going to wind down the stream, and I'm going to see if I can pay it forward with a raid, and also support Black Stars on streams and other places.
Absolutely.
That's a good call out. Thanks for
You're very welcome.
So let us go onward. I'm gonna meet you guys so that I can do my thing. I'm running out of energy, so pop. Oh, sorry. Everybody say goodbye.
Bye.
See you.
Bye.
I can't right now. Look up.
All right, so thanks everybody for watching. Let's bring it back to full screen for just a moment. This was the Gallows Humor, The Return, episode 5. I hope you all enjoyed it. I'm going to take a very quick peek here because, once again, this stream is part of the Rolling Together stream team. That has a number of different things that means. In particular, it means that there are multiple streamers that are part of this stream team. You can definitely go and check it out at this link here. However, presently, it seems like none of the individuals, not presently, are streaming, which means we get to pay it forward in a completely different direction. That is to say, find somebody in the Dungeons & Dragons community that we can engage in a raid with. So, as we take a look at the Dungeons and Dragons, list of channels, let's see if we can target one down. Usually something that is in mid-game or somebody doing world building. of some way, shape, or form. If I were to pick favorites from this list, let's crafting the Ancient Sky Runes Dungeon. Ooh, that seems interesting. Let's see what this individual is talking about. Chat rules. Let's make sure that they respond. Hello, hello. They seem to have some very fun and interesting things that they're working on. Looks like a mega dungeon of sorts. If that is up your alley, please check out Vorpal Lance music. In particular, I hope this individual does accept Riggedy Raids. I have a feeling they might not, because they are under the list of affiliation. However, let's check it. Let's just see. Nope. Only allows target channel. The target channel only allows in-network. Gotcha. So therefore, let's try a different one. This individual seemed interesting, though, so feel free to check them out. I'm going to pinpoint... Ooh, I like the idea of a heavy RP channel called the Nerd Council. This one, my friends, I believe is affiliate status. So we can support them.
He is no longer stunned. Just in time for him to get out of his stun.
Raid has been created. So, everybody, I want to thank you for watching tonight's stream. Please remember to hit that follow button here if you haven't yet. And go forward to commit all sorts of good tidings upon the Nerd Council. Gather your swords, prepare your spells, because we are going into the great beyond. Thank you, everybody. It has been fantastic playing for you. Enjoy your evening.
I will give him sneak attack, because technically that is by you. That was a great show.
You can't see him either.
Technically he's hiding.